The Yoruba.
Ọmọ Ìbàràpá lápapọ̀ ẹ̀jẹ̀ adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Akin ọmọ Yorùbá lápapọ̀ tìlé tó kó ẹ̀mí àbọ̀ ẹ̀bá nǹkan mọ Adéyẹmọ Chief Sunday Adéyẹmọ Ìgbòho orúkọ ńlá tí ń jámọ́ láyà bí àrá orúkọ tó ń dẹ́rù bo lórúkọ gan-an. Ọmọ Yorùbá ẹ má sùn o torí pé bùrà a kò lè fojú kégbodò láyé títa ríro lẹ̀dá ń kọlà wúrà tó máa dán alànà kọjá dandan o. Ọ̀wọ́n irin ní má bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọ̀nà ẹ̀dá kan ò lè ṣì wá lọ́nà mọ́ ẹjẹ́ àfìmọ̀ṣọ̀ kan ká lè débi re ẹjẹ́ àjọ gbárùkù ti Sunday Ìgbòho ṣá ọmọ Ìgbòho mọ̀rẹ́ nílùú Alágbàdo Òde ọmọ atapẹ̀tẹ̀ wọnú omi ọmọ gègèlè wodò sànyà ìsànyà ò rẹ́ràn bàbá yín láàrin ìdí omi kò sì náà ń kán sí yín lẹ́nu ọmọ òkúta mẹ́ta òkè Ìgbòho ìkan ṣe yín ní dábọ̀dàbọ̀ ìkan ní mọ́ rọra ìkan tó kù nígbà tí wọ́n ò mọ̀ Ìgbòho mọ̀rẹ́ kí ló dé Ìgbòho mọ̀rẹ́ sí ọmọ òpópó sanran ìgbàgede Ìgbòho sùn wọn láláìsí bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọn ní kó ní bẹ̀rẹ̀ ó máa kó bẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ ẹ̀sìn òní bímọ méjì ní Ìgbòho mọ̀rẹ́ bẹ́sìn bá bímọ méjì ní Ìgbòho àfikàn pọpọ sí amúkan yòókù bọ sànyà àtúmúyà rẹ̀ tí ò lọ́rọ̀ gbọ́ àfiṣẹrù wálé wàrà mòjé ọmọ onílé ọlà àwọn àjòjì tó ń ṣe ségesège tọ́láwọn ò ní bomi kó sí mu wọ́n láwọn ò ní bomi sànyà wẹ́sẹ̀ ìgbà tójú kò fi rí ńkọ́ gbogbo wọn náà sáré bomi kó sí mu wọ́n sì bomi sànyà wẹ́sẹ̀ ọmọ abẹ́rẹ́ mẹ́ta òde ayé ọ̀kan ṣẹ́ ọ̀kan tẹ̀ ọ̀kan tó kù ní gbogbo ayé tí ránṣọ kiri gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá Sunday Ìgbòho onírèlẹ̀ láéláé torí àbá lásán nìkan ń dá òkúta ò ṣe gbé fún wọn o ìmọ̀ràn lásán ni ti balùwẹ̀ kò pọ́sibú kó dòdò láyé ń bí ó kún díẹ̀ kí tọ́ domi láéláyé ìtọ́ mi lè domi. Sunday Ìgbòho arógun má ti dí tó ń jà fẹ́tọ̀ Yorùbá ní tilé tó kó.
The Yoruba-speaking tribe of Nigeria has been accepted as the 45th member of the Unrepresented Nations and Peoples Organization. Leader of the Yoruba World Congress, Professor Banji Akintoye, says the membership represents a very important step in the collective quest of well-meaning Yoruba people to achieve the goal of dignity and self-determination.
It is my great pleasure and pride to inform you that the Yoruba nation has been admitted to the membership of UNPO. UNPO means Unrepresented Nations and Peoples Organization, with its headquarters in The Hague. The UNPO expressed their gladness to welcome the Yoruba nation as a new member of UNPO, and they are looking forward to working with us. It is important because it is a great stride, and it represents a very important step in our collective quest to achieve the goal of dignity in the country in which we live, and also to achieve the goal of self-determination for our nation. Our Yoruba nation now has a voice on the international stage via the machinery of the UNPO, which maintains a permanent presence before the United Nations and before other international agencies like the European Union, the African Union, the United States government, and the governments of various other countries across the world.
Again. No going back. Igboho Òòṣà, iṣẹ́ rẹ̀ ń tẹ̀síwájú. Mr. Koiki ẹ ṣé o, àwọn ọmọ mi ló ń kí yín o. Àwọn ọmọ mi ló ń kí yín o. Lágbára Ọlọ́run, a máa délẹ̀ lérí o lórúkọ Jésù. Yorùbá nation. Again. No going back.
Impediment to Yoruba development is the impediment to Oodua development. Without Nigeria, we won't be where we are. 1962, we were far ahead of South Korea and North Korea. We were far ahead of China even. We had television before France. We had radio before South Africa. Now look at where we are today. I think it's a shame that even any Yoruba man can be talking about restructuring at this point in time. What are we restructuring? This country that is already shot to pieces? I don't think that's what we want. But they are always talking about giving Nigeria a chance. The patience of Yoruba with Nigeria has come to an end.
If you don't allow we Biafrans to go, that zoological republic called Nigeria will be a worse place than Somalia, and today it is happening. And if you have not applied for your Somalian visa, please try and do so. Should I say Somali visa? Try and do so as quickly as possible, because the zoo is on the path of destruction, and there is nothing man can do to reverse it. Mark today's date and what I'm telling you. Nigeria will be destroyed beyond human comprehension.
And a very good morning once again, and welcome to Koikimedia Live. As I always say, there can never be two Koikimedia. There will always be one, and the uniqueness of Koikimedia is always on the international path. Moki Wale I say good morning. It is just 20 minutes past 5 a.m. As I can see, I am still almost fully not awake, but at least in between. I welcome you as you're settling into the conversation. And I say good morning, good afternoon, good evening. We have different time zones around the world. You're watching a live transmission from London. And if you're probably coming across me for the very first time, this is Koikimedia. I am based here in UK, one out of so many self-determination media that is not fighting, but is asking for their right that was taken away in 1914. And whether we like it or not, that right will be returned back, either through, as this statement that we're going to go through again says, bilateral, or through what we can call dialogue, or through what we can also call multilateral. And if all that fails to happen, then there will not be any other option on the table than the situation that has happened in the past in other countries around the world, like what the IRA did to the British until they were given their freedom. We hope we don't have to get to that stage before we exit what is called the Project Nigeria that was put together by the British government in 1914 for one reason only, the reason known to them, not for me and you, because we are not what we are told we are. We are the indigenous people. I speak as an international media that understand what it takes in this kind of project. It needs a lot of dialogue. It needs also a lot of intensified diplomatic conversation, communication. I also know that the world that we are living today are not ready to let the breakup of Nigeria to happen. Even if it's going to happen, probably not now. But it is entirely up to every one of us to continue to dialogue, engage the communities around the world. And like I always say, don't expect any part of the world to give you the freedom for free. They're not going to give it to you for free. April this year makes it 25 years of what I can call a peace agreement between the IRA and the British government. Bill Clinton, Tony Blair fought very hard to make sure that the IRA or the Irish might have their own independence, completely away from Westminster. The Scottish are still asking for the same thing. The Wales are doing the same thing, and every one of them are not fighting apart from what we can call a diplomatic way. We hope that the new government in place, because we have eventually defeated the former president Muhammadu Buhari, and he's very, very pained. He's a pain man. He's not happy because he could not fulfill his ambition against the lives of millions of Yoruba people. He has been able to open up the borders, and that literally meant that as many Yoruba people have lost not just their lives, they've lost their livelihood. The economic situation of Nigeria has been completely destroyed. 8 years of the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, the debt on the Nigerians today and the indigenous people is quite huge, that it will take us 50 years, should we remain in Nigeria, to be able to clear the debt. If we break away from Nigeria, all those debts will be resolved, how each part will play and take their own portion. But we have also stakeholders, and these stakeholders do not want Nigeria to break. We have them because they have their money stuck in Nigeria, and the last thing any country around the world would love is to a country to break, because whatever investment they have in such a country, those investments automatically become stuck. Let me give you an example. If China have invested almost $20 billion into a country, and that country is going through a turmoil, how do you expect China to take back the loans that they've actually injected? I was privileged to watch a YouTube video yesterday, and maybe I should just play the soundtrack of such a video. Very magnificent video. That video is telling me that Tanzania in East Africa is actually overtaking all the East African countries. Maybe some of you don't know that. There's a country called Tanzania. Maybe we should just give a quick background. First and foremost, my discussion today is based on the letter that Professor Adebanji Akintoye, the leader of the Yoruba self-determination, have now sent to President Bola Tinubu. He's a Yoruba man, but he's not a Yoruba president. I think as many Yoruba people are mixing that up. These broadcasts will be both in Yoruba and English because of my target, especially the Western media, because this is a valid document that has been sent to the current president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Once again, my name is Olami Koiki, and it's just coming up to 26 minutes past 5 a.m. local time in London. What do we know about Tanzania? Tanzania, should we look at it today, is just almost the same population-wise as the Yoruba people. But the only difference between us and them is that they have a country that other countries will inject, fund, and also try to extract, because life is all about give and take. As many countries around the world that are using Africa as their resources center, they are also giving back. So I'm going to show us a little bit about this video, which is just about 11 minutes, but I'm not going to play the whole 11 minutes. Like I always say, a video that is not a copyright to us, you can only make use of a little bit out of it so that you do not have any issues with the owner and the original content of that video. When we look at Tanzania today, Tanzania is just a population of 63.5 million, according to the World Bank in 2021. Tanzania is an East African country known for its vast wilderness areas. They include the plains of Serengeti National Park, You can also spend the time into the safari mecca populated by the big 5 elephants, lion, leopard, buffalo, rhino. And it also has what we call the Kilimanjaro. I pray to visit such a place because I've heard about it and it's one of my dream places, but not at this particular time. Once again, a very good morning and welcome to the transmission. We have just 21 minutes into the broadcast. This video shows that as of today, Tanzania is taking over East Africa with so many projects. But the reason why I'm referencing to that is, if you think that China wants Nigeria to break, any one of us, we're going to be living in denial. If you think America wants you to break, if you think any country around the world prefer Nigeria to break today, it's not going to happen. But we can dialogue. It does not matter even if Tinubu was not a Yoruba man. We did send a letter to the former president Muhammadu Buhari, even though he refused to acknowledge that letter. And I hope Tinubu is going to acknowledge our letter so that we don't end up into where it's going to become a situation of like an IRA situation, because you might think it's not going to get to that stage. It might get to that stage if frustration kicks in and the pain that our people are facing continue. But we will not override all the last resources of trying to do what we call a peaceful engagement because of the Omoluabi ethos. But that does not mean that we are stupid. There is always a way that you can hold the government to bondage. Some say we should give Tinubu some time to settle down. You must be crazy. If we are thinking in that direction that we should allow Tinubu, good evening and good morning to Funke Iyalaje, the mother, and the rest of you that have joined, let me just focus on the conversation, because if we start saying hello to everybody, we lose our time. And they say time is money. Some say that Tinubu have just not even been a week already. Why all these Yoruba asking for Yoruba nation? Some of them do not understand what it means to be asking for what we are doing today. All I know that when a government comes to power, from the day the government comes to power, whether in America, in UK, in Africa, engagement starts straight away. So there's no time for us to be wasting our time and say we should allow Tinubu to settle down. Settle down for what? A letter has been communicated to Bola Tinubu and he will respond to that letter. And if he does not respond to that letter, we will continue all our usual engagement under the right of the 1514 resolution. Some Nigerians or some Yoruba don't even understand how the UN works. There is always what they call a resolution. It is that resolution that becomes the final paper that either they are still working on or it eventually becomes a policy. So if anyone is telling you that the Yoruba nation is already in existence, that person must be drinking some kind of different drugs. Let's listen to this.
Tanzania is one among the developing countries in the world and is the second largest economy in the East African community, with many ongoing mega development projects which will help the country to be the fastest growing and the most developed country in East Africa.
This is Tanzania with so many gigantic projects, about 10 of them. The intro is what you've just listened to. Now, think about some of the countries that are injecting their money into some of these projects. Some of the project involves an airport, a seaport, the 2,115 megawatt install, the rail track, and I also saw that they're going to have the longest pipeline in Africa. This is the kind of project that the Yoruba nation should be thinking of if we were already in a country. But because we are in a messed up and a locked up environment, we have literally been kept behind power. So today, An average Yoruba man is still thinking that Bola Tinubu is the savior that is going to rectify the problem as a Yoruba man. 521 million brain power of Bola Tinubu will not be able to fix Nigeria. Nigeria vehicle is dead, according to Professor Banji Akintoye in this statement that was produced on the 30th of May and is now currently being sent to Abuja, which we believe Bola Tinubu at least should have received it, even if he has not read it, because there will be so many paperwork he will have to deal with, and we pray for his good health so that he can have time to look into what we are discussing as well. Let's take a little bit more from this and then we'll move away from this.
People live in poverty, meaning they have no access to basic necessities of life. It is estimated that about 34% of Tanzania live in poverty. But the government...
Africa has always been the tools for the West. The West thinks that since they are a little bit advanced, if anybody say Nigeria is advanced, you're living in a denial. You can be watching your fake life. You can be living in a situation that everybody tells you Nigeria is getting developed. A country where access to the mobile phone is not available to so many of our people across different parts of Nigeria. But when you look at an average 4 or 5 years old outside the world, they are already tech savvy. If you give someone today, if I give this to my 5 years old son, he's going to throw it away because he will look at it as a very old phone. He wants the one that I am using, which is an iPhone 11. Because for him, this is one that African country needs. After we have started using, I think, iPhone 14 or whatever we are using now. And these are all the reasons we are saying that nobody, if you look at these iPhone, I don't know what model is this. Even these, as it is called iPhone, if I give these to my son to play with, he's going to throw it away. Because number one, he's not even going to think that this is a mobile phone because he expects the screen to be bigger than these. He expects the functionality to be working better. So some of you don't even understand that you are backwards. But I pray that our Yoruba people at home will get the message that we care for them, just as we care for those that are not participating in the struggle to the Yoruba Nation movement.
Government has developed a strategy that will help to boost the economics.
You cannot build on nothing. Nigerians are expecting Nigeria to work because for them, the unity of Nigeria is far better than us going separately. Even if it's going to take us 100 years to build a Yoruba nation to work to the standard of what we want, you will not be able to build Nigeria in the next 100 years. Why not let Nigeria divide to a situation that, just as we saw in the Soviet Union, some of those countries that break away during the Soviet Union today, they are not doing very well. I've got to be honest with you. Not every single one of them. So if you think that because these individuals have a different skin tone to us, I see them in my environment. I see them trying to get to UK from Albania, from other European countries. Some of them are even part of European members, but they are not. And they will not also going to survive. So today, some think that because we have this man called Bola Tinubu, we should just give him the time to settle down. We're not going to give him any time to settle down. A letter has been communicated to him, and we will start taking action. And when we mean action, still in a diplomatic way, in a dialogue way, but like I said, let us not be living in denial. It has been done in the past year in UK. The IRA dealt with the British until the British said enough is enough. So many lives have been lost, so many destruction, and the British decided to let go. Bola Tinubu will sit down with us. He would dialogue with us. He would also allow us our rights under the international platform to engage with our people. They might not give us all the access that we need, especially by setting up a unique radio station that would enable our people to survive. But one thing is, the survival of any Nigerians in Nigeria today is not going to happen. You will not survive in Nigeria. Nigeria will not allow you to survive.
Stability and create job opportunity that will help to eradicate the poverty rate in the country.
Eradicating poverty is not the Nigerian ethos. So if anybody is hearing that we are going to eradicate poverty in Nigeria, that is just a mirage. What they are telling you is that we will make sure that in Oyo state, in Benue state, we are trying to eradicate poverty. But in fairness, there's nothing called to eradicate poverty, because the reason why poverty will remain in Nigeria is because we are not speaking the same language. Our languages are different. You will not be able to operate the same way I am operating in the southwest, in the southeast. In the southeast, there will be barriers, there will be restriction. In the north, there will also be restriction. And in the southwest, where I think I should also have at least a little bit of fairness as a Yoruba man, I am also being bullied. So poverty will remain as part of your lives in Nigeria. You will never, never, never get away from poverty. Bola Tinubu is going to deceive you for the next 8 years, just like Buhari did. Buhari was able to deceive so many Nigerians that they are building roads, they are connecting this, they are doing that. But in reality, none of that is going to touch anybody until we all die. Femi Akinwumi Adesina, or others, the African Development President, said during the preparation for the inauguration of Bola Tinubu that it would take 300 years before Nigeria can have at least a standard system that works. And that literally means that every single one of us will be dead gone. Let's listen a little more to This is Tanzania in East Africa with their mega developing project.
Please, before we start, use 2 seconds of your time to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell to get notified when we upload a new video like this one. Without wasting much of your time, here are how Tanzania is overtaking all the East Africa countries with their mega developing project. Number 10, Tanzania-Burundi Standard Gauge Railway Project. This is a...
When we talk about the railway, Lagos is doing their best, but the pressure in Lagos will continue for the next 24 years of another democracy, because everybody believes that Lagos is the only place among other states that you can survive. So somebody in Ilorin will travel all the way down to Lagos without thinking of where to live, how to survive, because for them, Lagos have what it takes. But somebody leaves Anambra State, make it down to Lagos. Somebody in the north comes down to Lagos. So Lagos is becoming, polluted. Lagos do not have, the requirement to take care of the people that are living there. And you cannot stop that. as many people think that you will be able to stop people that are making their way into Lagos State, should we remain Nigerians, you have no right to stop an Igbo person coming and relocating to Lagos. You might be angry with them, you might be upset with them. If they have the resources to connect and help each other, they will buy every one of your properties, and that property will no longer belong to you as a Yoruba man because you need the money. Anyway, maybe you want to relocate out of Nigeria because Nigeria is becoming very difficult. But since they don't want to relocate, they will buy as many of your property in any part of Yoruba land. And as long as there is no law within the state right now to protect some of those heritage sites, you might wake up one morning and the Igbos will eventually buy off even some of our heritage sites, and they will turn it into a tourism, and I will have to pay to get into it. That is going to be the future Nigeria if you're not careful. The same thing goes vice versa. I might end up going to the north to set up a business, but I might start having problem quickly because the north do not want me to operate without going through the Sharia system. These are all the reasons that this letter that we are going to digest again today, in just about a few more minutes, is to say to Bola Tinubu that we understand your own plight. You want to keep Nigeria. You have already said it in a video at your inauguration. And if I'm very clear, you said as long as the world exists, Nigeria shall exist. You are telling lies because you are going to die at some point. I give you another 80 years to your life. You will die. So you will not be the one to determine whether Nigeria exists or not. Every single one of us will determine whether we want to keep Nigeria. And if Nigeria is not going to hold, it's going to get into where it will be a guerrilla warfare. It's as simple as that. It has been done by the IRA. So it's nothing new, but we need to continue to dialogue and engage. So Bola Tinubu has no right to tell us that we are redesigning the map. Nobody redesigned any map. It was the British that decided to change the Nigerian map. And they changed that map only for their own benefit. And today, the map that we are operating on is a false map, because what the British met when they came into that territory in the 1600, in the 1700, 1800, up to 1900 when the amalgamation came up, they met a whole system where everybody had their own different, unique situation in terms of the map. So Bola Tinubu must probably still be thinking of living in denial because he's not the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, by saying to us that, the Nigerian critics rumor our nation will break up. It's not a rumor, Bola Tinubu. It's going to break up. This letter that Baba Akintoye have sent to you is for you to digest it, so that we can all sit down and decide how amicably the Yoruba people and the rest of the 250 ethnic groups will leave Nigeria. And if that is not going to happen, eventually the other issues is going to happen. It's as simple as that. It has been done before. People will die, people will survive it. The East Timorians declared their independence in 1974. But we are not running a military dictatorship. What happened then was the military of Indonesia invaded and killed 800,000 East Timorians. But I can confirm to you that in 2002, May precisely, East Timor came back to become an independent country. Bola Tinubu is running a civilian government. He's not running a military government. Nigeria is a democratic system, and that literally means that we will not sit back without engaging a democratic government. Since we are not, warlord, since we are not, people that are trying to destabilize, his government. So what we are saying is, for peace to reign between the Yoruba that are agitating and the rest of those that are agitating as well, we must now move into, a proper, ways of looking into these Yoruba that are agitating. And that is not going to happen in Nigeria. It will happen at the AU, or it's going to happen at any other European countries, or we take it to the United Nations where this conversation will be. But if they are just thinking that, what are they saying? Go and sit down. Nothing is going to happen. It's fairness. Nothing is going to happen. But in the long run, a lot can happen. But for now, it's all about the discussion. So why I'm just using, I'm going to come out of this East Tanzania, because that's not the reason why we're here today, is because I want you to think about this gigantic project that is being projected at Tanzania. Now, the question is, do you think that those that have invested their money into this project, whether it is the gauge rail, the airport, the seaport, there's so many projects that they're planning to do.
I used to work 9 to 5.
And if Tanzanians wake up and say, we don't want to live together, what do you think is going to happen to China loaning there?
The project will be completed by end of 2025. A project to expand 7 berths depth from the current 8 meters to 15 meters. The expansion will allow the port to receive larger vessels able to carry up to 19,000 containers. The project will be completed by end of 2025, enabling the Tanzania Port Authority, TPA, to increase the container throughout.
When you look at these projects that they are discussing right now, it's got to do with expansion of the port. The Lagos port is already in distress. And we hope that Tinubu will be able to unbundle some of the issues, especially the Fulani man that has been controlling that port for a very long time. We expect that to change. But all these are not going to resolve our reason for staying in Nigeria. Our reason for staying in Nigeria is no longer working. It does not matter your views. It does not matter your opinion. We must come out and tell Bola Tinubu that the reason why the Yorubas are not enjoying that port is because that port needs to be unbundled. The pressure of the Apapa port today means that even as an indigene of a Yoruba man, I cannot send goods to Nigeria today from UK without being, stopped by another Fulani cabal that controls the port. The reason why everybody is sending their goods to Lagos is because they refuse to let the other port to work. And that is also a deliberate act. So we hope that while we are still negotiating, discussing, trying to find a solution so that we do not end up into what we can call the 1967, 68, 69, the 3-year civil war that the Nigerian government fought. And the bastard Gowon is saying it's just a small fracas. We hope it's not going to get to that stage anymore, because we're not the only one asking for the right to self-determination, which is something that we shouldn't be shying away from. So I'm going to let this go, because this is not the reason why I am here this morning, and it's just coming up to 10. The reason why we are here is because a letter has been communicated to Tinubu, and whether Tinubu likes it or not, Tinubu will respond to that letter. And how is he going to respond? He will respond. I'm just trying to bring that letter up so that we can bear with us. Those of you on the Instagram and Twitter, you will not be able to see the screen apart from myself, but you'll be able to follow the conversation. My name is Alami Koiki, and I say good morning, good afternoon, and welcome to the transmission. The reason why I need to continue just like I did during when we sent a letter to Buhari, because I want as many people to understand, this letter. Once again, a very, very good morning and welcome to the live transmission. This is Koikimedia, bringing the world closer to our doorstep. as I say all the time, our right to self-determination will be respected by Bola Tinubu. Buhari did not respond to us, but we hope that Tinubu would not do the same as Buhari, because we know that Buhari is an animal. And these are animals because he said it clearly that his cow are far much better than Nigerians. And if you are probably thinking that I make that up, just let's listen to this.
I congratulate fellow Nigerians who have realized their power, that their votes count. I'm looking forward to tomorrow to fly to my base and go back to my cows and sheep, which are much easier to control than fellow Nigerians.
Well, I didn't make that up. Buhari has actually told you Nigerians that you're stupid and you're all dumb. And he is much interested that his cows are far better than some of you. But some of you think that we make all this up. Your politicians are all the same. Buhari's cow is far better than you, a Yoruba man, or you calling yourself Nigerian. Once again, good morning to everyone that have joined us, and welcome to the live transmission. This is Koikimedia, bringing the world closer to your doorstep as I continue to review the Alano statement to Bola Tinubu. So that is the statement there in front of us. As a journalist, we like to feel, statement, especially when, you go to number 10 down the street, you get statements in paper, not like the shit whole country Nigeria, so that you can, look at what they've said and then you can dissect it. So let's go into it bit by bit. Once again, I welcome you all to the conversation. If you look at the letter, when you print it out, you probably get 7 pages, depending on where you're printing it from, as long as you're using an A4. This was put together on the 30th of May 2023. One thing a lot of Yoruba people need to understand is, especially because we now have this fake woman portraying herself as, something that she's not, telling you all kind of lies, and a lot of the gullible Yoruba people continue to believe that nonsense. In any organization, you must have your own logo, and you must also have your own official website and then official email address. Gmail is not an official email address, it's a personal thing. If you are not understanding that, if you're communicating to the world like we do, sometimes I want to attend event, and the moment I send in my Gmail, they say no. You're not an organization. But when we send with our info at Koikimedia, we automatically get access to some of these events. You can also see that it has an official address, which is where the Yoruba Nation, Yoruba Self-Determination Movement is registered, which indicate that anyone can send a letter to them and make inquiries. Like I said, I am not the organization. I am just the media promoting the rights of the Yoruba people. So sometimes people think, Koikimedia is the organization running the Yoruba Nation. No, I am just part of the media that believes that the Yoruba people needs to be free. It's just coming up to 3 minutes to 6 a.m. local time in London. Today being the Saturday, the 3rd of June, 3rd of June 2023. So let's go through this letter, bit by bit. I'm going to read it all over again. Then we're going to start looking into what Baba Akintoye communicated. When I go back to the one that we sent to say Baba, the former president, I think that is about almost maybe just a little bit more than the one that Tinubu is. I haven't done a bit of all that, but when I count the total words, I believe from the one that we sent to Buhari and the one that we're sending to Tinubu, I think the one we sent to Buhari is a little bit more. So I think the Buhari version was a little bit in depth, but we're going to be doing a little bit of comparison between, I didn't number things, so, but I know that when I go back to that, Buhari's one is definitely more than the Tinubu one, because Buhari one, we were able to explain a lot to him because he's a Fulani man, and the some Fulani don't understand nothing more than, their cows. So we have to tell Buhari the history of the Yoruba. We don't need to tell Tinubu the history of the Yoruba people. Tinubu knows the history. So, he's an intelligent man. So, but Buhari, because, these are animals. And when you go and look at the video that they are celebrating Buhari in Daura, there's no light. Imagine a president for 8 years. He couldn't even provide light to his people. There's no street light. And these are people that we don't want to live together. We want to live separately because they're holding our life back. So let me go through that letter quickly once again. Once again, my name is Olami Koiki. I will not mention names of people that are on the broadcast. I'll just say thank you so much if you have joined us as well. The Yoruba self-determination movement. I don't have to mention the address. You can see it on the screen. There's also a PO box in Cotonou where, Baba Akintoye is operating from as well. A lot of you always ask, Koiki, what is the way forward? What are we going to do? Look, copy that email address. If you have any inquiries, send it to YSDM, and I'm sure somebody will reply you. info@ysdm.org. That are the people that if you have any ideas, send those ideas to them. If you want to engage with them, you can also engage. They have, I think, about 70 different groups operating under YSDM. If you don't know who are the YSDM, they are the organization, leading the Yoruba self-determination struggle. We have so many other ones that are also operating, but as far as we are concerned, these are the ones that, came together sometime in August, I think August 2021, if I'm right. Yeah, thereabout. And they were able to, after, intensive communication, intensive discussion, YSDM eventually, became, the voice of the Yoruba people, so that we are speaking in one same language, even though, the language is now divided because of these, criminal elements that have infiltrated the movements, which is, the version of Ominira 2022. We are not Ominira, so if anything called Ominira 2022, that has got to do with the criminal gangs that are portraying themselves as the Yoruba nation as well, whether it's Ijile, the Shoe Koribe, Wale Ali, and the Jimmy She-Goat, and the rest of the, Kalajakara and all those nonsense individuals. So do not mix us together, okay? We are different. We are under the leadership of Professor Adebanji Akintoye, and is also the leader of the Yoruba self-determination struggle. Akintoye is not the leader of the Yoruba people in Nigeria. We have those that are fighting against that. We have the Afeniferis. These two leaders that each time, you wonder whether they're going to punch each other. We have the Fashion Roti. We have the Adebanjo. So these are also, those that you can say are the leaders of the Yoruba people. But under these Yoruba self-determination struggle today, Akintoye is the leader of this movement. Any other thing after that, you're wasting your time and you're wasting your energy, and do not waste your time, because I don't see how you want to come out of the country without engaging the government. It does not matter whether the engagement comes, like this, or it comes into the street where we are protesting for what we asked for. We must continue to engage. And again, I'd like to appreciate everyone that have joined us so far as we continue to to make happy birthday to those of you that are celebrating your birthday today. There's a lot of you in the month of June, just as I did mine some few days ago. So happy birthday to everyone that have joined us. Once again, this is a platform that believes that Nigeria needs to break. The breakup of Nigeria is for the benefit of everybody. And for those of you that are still trying to save Nigeria, well, I pray that Nigeria does not catch up with you before Nigeria will eventually break up. So let's go into it. On this historic occasion of the inauguration of our beloved brother, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, as President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria, I, Professor Banji Akintoye, the Chairman of the Yoruba Self-Determination Movement, for and on behalf of the overwhelming majority of Yoruba people at home and in the diaspora worldwide who seek self-determination and sovereignty for the Yoruba nation, deeply and sincerely rejoice with our brother on the fulfillment of his political ambition to preside over the affairs of the Nigerian state. Exactly 8 years ago, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu's energetic, sincere, and dedicated assistant to another Nigerian citizen enabled that citizen to rise to these same positions of the President and Commander-in-Chief of Nigeria. Therefore, none of us citizens of Nigeria can now say that he does not deserve the same elevation for himself today. Indeed, his elevation to the presidency of Nigeria against all the odds that we Nigerians are painfully familiar with and against all the man-made contortions of order that characterize Nigeria demonstrate clearly the tenacity of spirit that characterized his political career. These man-made contortions of order demonstrate the fundamental bankruptcy and the essential non-sustainability of the Nigerian state, which our brother must now lead. It is particularly noteworthy that all the electoral cycles under the successfully fraudulent constitution of Nigeria since 1959 have ended up on literally in controversies that are irresolvable, that are ultimately never resolved. That same scenario remains with us today. I'm going to read everything and then we're going to dissect it. And this dissect will go on koikimedia for as long as I'm satisfied with every details, every word of communication to Bola Tinubu from our leader, Professor Adebanji Akintoye. Nigeria stands at this moment in the devastating pains of an unresolved nationality problem. As a highly prospective leader of another African country remarked recently, the nations of Nigeria hate one another, and the hatred has steadily escalated since independence. I want you to take note of every word that is coming from this statement. Remember, I keep telling you, you don't sit here without having a pen and pencil because you will not take anything home. Yet, the political leaders of Nigeria strangely choose to keep Nigeria as one country. Today, Nigeria stands at a grave moment when the nationality problem and the hatred have been fearfully aggravated by the decision and effort of one of Nigeria's nations, the Fulani nation, to conquer, break, and subjugate all the other nations of Nigeria. We stand at a grave moment when the will-be conquered nation is still killing, maiming, and destroying, still seeking to make Nigeria the bloodiest war zone on the African continent. We have experienced fully 8 years during which the would-be conqueror nation has enjoyed the total freedom to carry out its invasions, killings, and destroying across the face of Nigeria while enrolling the services of the foreign terrorist organizations in the invasions, all with very obvious complicity by the government and the security forces of Nigeria, with a very loudly announced invitations by the President of Nigeria to non-Nigerians to come migrating from all over Africa to Nigeria without any travel document. Huge masses of hostile non-Nigerians, all ethnic kinsmen of the would-be conqueror nation, have been assisted to flood into Nigeria in order to reinforce their nation's conquest of Nigeria. We Yoruba have lost an estimated 29,000 of our people to these rampages. Countless Yoruba women have suffered the degradation of being raped by the invaders. Famine has been destroyed in large swaths of the Yoruba farmlands, and our whole Yoruba nation now faces the danger of devastating famine. In fact, the would-be conqueror nation once embarked on a loudly proclaimed effort to starve out the whole Yoruba nation by blocking the Lokoja Bridge for days against trucks that were transporting food products to the Yoruba Southwest from the Nigerian Middle Belt, and again, without the government of Nigeria raising a finger against the crime. But these are not all that the Yoruba people have suffered in Nigeria's ever intensifying cauldron of inter-people's hatred under a system of limited self-government and federalism. In the decade preceding Nigeria's independence in 1960, we Yoruba achieved such a great development and modernization that made our region the pace setter in modernization not only in Nigeria but in all of Africa. We instituted the first free education program in Africa, built the longest mileage of modern highways, the most urban water supply project, the first industrialized industry estate with an ambitious industrialization program, the only investment capital structure with holdings in industries, banking, real estate, and commerce, many large plantations producing crops for industries, various skills development centers for our youth, etc. But Nigerians' culture of inter-people's hatred, I hope you're taking note of that word hatred. Take note of that. Has almost totally destroyed all of these. Though Yoruba people were confidently living in growing prosperity by 1960, most Yoruba people now belong in Nigeria's horrible culture of poverty, which is growing worse and worse. And you just have to look at your environment and ask yourself, is there poverty around us? Yoruba educated youth, confronted by Nigerians' hopelessness, are fleeing abroad at a terrifying rate, thereby creating a serious threat that their Yoruba nation could perish in Nigeria. Against this background, we Yoruba people remain fiercely convinced of the reality of the non-sustainability of Nigerian state as a vehicle. Take note of that word. Nigeria is a vehicle. And maybe I should show you the state of another. When you look at this, is Nigeria, okay? For some of you that do not understand what Baba Akintoye is saying there. So when you look at this iPhone, it has completely battered. The battery is already, about to explode. The screen is broken. But anyone looking at this phone now, can you see this phone? Can you tell me, if I've not shown you the front, that Nigeria is working? So what everybody is saying is this beautiful logo with an iPhone. So if I hold this phone like this now, I'm gonna look at this phone this guy is holding, man. This guy just use Yoruba Nation money to operate and all that. So a lot of people will probably not see the front. That is the Nigeria of today. So what you are seeing is the back. Nobody sees the front. And those that sees the front are the ones that are milking, like a vessel went into River State in August last year. This is a Norwegian vessel. What is it going to do? Steal crude oil that they are not going to pay for. Eventually, Nigeria was able to track it and stop it. But now they've released it back again after less than $15 million was told to be paid. That is the Nigeria of today. So when I look at this phone now, everyone sees the back, but nobody sees the front. But when I show you the front, this is the Nigeria of today. This is the lie that you have been told since 1960, that Nigeria is working. But it's working because you are looking at the back. You are not seeing the front. The vehicle, and this is what I'm going to be doing with this letter or this statement for the next 1 month. Digesting it, breaking it down, and I'll still be talking about it in Yoruba. But for now, let me make this presentation because, like I said, I communicate not just to the Yoruba people, we are also documenting as many of these, because when the real situation starts, I can present these to any of the news media network and say, go and reference back to my broadcast of so. We already told you, but nobody was listening. So let's go back again. So what Baba Akintoye is saying here again says, against this background, we the Yoruba people remain fiercely. And all these words, I will break it down to the nearest meaning so that you can understand what it means as a layman. Convinced of the reality of the non-sustainability of the Nigerian state as a vehicle for galvanizing and translating the inherent creative energies of our people. Our people have energy, but that energy continues to diminish in the Nigeria project today. The Yoruba people into a developmental trust again. We are determined, take note of that, we are determined. Nothing is stopping us because of TINUBU. Nothing is stopping us because TINUBU is the Nigerian president. Nothing stopped us. We are determined. No going back is no going back. It does not matter as many critics of the Yoruba people, because when the Yoruba that are criticizing us, sometimes I wonder, whether they are not Yoruba. I was listening to one, early hours of this morning. I've been up, since about 3 o'clock, and I was moving around different platforms, and what she was saying, sometimes you wonder, we have advised Sunday Igboho nobody can fight the government. And they are the people living in abroad. I mean, this individual lives in UK, and sometimes you wonder, when they talk like that, they think that the UK that we are all living, there was a lot of blood that was split, blood. But that is something that we'll discuss later. But one thing is, if anybody thinks that, by us living here and say, we have advised Sunday Igboho, nobody's fighting the government. We are asking for our right. It is the government that was fighting Igboho that wanted to assassinate him. So some of those people that talk like that, and it shows that not everybody has upstairs, because you cannot live, especially those of us that are living in UK. I don't even know about any other country. You can't live in UK and say, you're advising us not to do Yoruba Nation. But the UK that we are living destroyed the Yoruba heritage, destroyed the Yoruba kingdom, put us backward in this vehicle that I just showed you. This is the Nigerian vehicle. So you sit here in UK and telling people at home that Nigeria is going to work. When they tell you that, this is what they're showing you. And part of that is the church, the mosque, which is part of this branch. So when you go to some churches, they are so important that air condition continue to breeze you. But the moment you leave and go back to your house, you don't have electricity. All this is part of my explanation as we go into the program again. Once again, my name is Olami Koikimedia, bringing the work closer to your doorsteps. 17 minutes past 6 a.m. We are determined that the bottle up Yoruba creativity. When we say bottle, bottle comes in different ways and different shape. These are two different waters that I normally drink. This one is called Volvic. This one is called Kinland. This one I buy from a different store. It's different price. This one is different price. For me, I don't care. I can drink anyone, but since the house prefer different choice. This is the Yoruba people, okay? These are you. You are all in this bottle. And you want to shine. So how are you going to come out? How is it going to be possible for you to prosper? For us to move around and let that water in Ondo State to work for me and produce, fish. The water in Lagos State so that Apapa Port can work for us. You are all locked in this bottle. That is the bottle that we want to open. And until I open this bottle and pour the water, that is when we're going to flourish. But today, you will never flourish in Nigeria because that bottle is locked by the Fulani and the Yoruba politicians and the other ones within that shit or country called Nigeria. So, we are determined that the bottle in the Yoruba creativity must be released. We want to flourish so that as to generate the impetus to reenact the historical dynamisms for which our Yoruba nation was famed in the past. The British were doing business with us throughout that period. The Ijebus have been operating and have been living in the city for 500 years as far back as 1500 during the expedition. But I told you that it was the Queen Elizabeth I, the great-great-grandmother of the queen that passed and we now have the king, that gave the go-ahead for the slave trade because it was lucrative. It was cheaper for them. She gave guns, she gave ships to Hawkins, Darwin Hawkins. I told you that some few weeks ago. So these Yoruba that wants to remain in Nigeria, you are never going to flourish. It does not matter how much you go to church and pray from Monday to Sunday. It does not matter whether you go and read the Quran back to back. It does not matter whether you go and sit with the Babalawos or our spiritual institution. Nothing is going to change. You will remain in that system that is going to take your life at some point. The more the Yoruba nation remains stuck. So what we have done now is everybody's trying to come out. Some of us were able to come out because there's a punch here that the water drips a little bit. But as the water is dripping, they're blocking it. The British say, no, we don't want too many people in this country. Block that place. Oh, okay, you're coming here because you want to migrate. You're not coming for education. You're bringing your family. Block that. They stop that area. Okay, America say, how many people wants to come to UK? No, we're going to increase the fee. Do you know that it takes 3 years to get an American appointment visa? 3 years. Imagine I want to go to America from Nigeria. I have to go and wait for 3 years appointment. Unbelievable. Some of us were able to escape. As some of us escaped, it was easy then, but as it come easy, they continue to block it. Okay, where are they going to come? No. Remain in Nigeria, block that place. And that is exactly what this letter is explaining. So, the more the Yoruba nation remains stuck into this trap, we are stuck. We are stuck in there. Everybody seeing the back, but nobody sees the front of it. The more the Yoruba people remain stuck into and the trap in the vortex, all these I'm still going to be explaining all this big English of the Nigerian trash. This phone is still even much better than the trash you call Nigeria. You know why? How many people know why? This phone is a brand. This phone brand means that this logo sells more than the Nigerian brand. If I hold this this now and I stay on the road, people are, wow, this guy, they use iPhone, even though they cannot see the phone. It's the brand. The Nigerian brand has been destroyed, and it has actually destroyed every single one of us. Some people say, hey, I saw that young man, he has returned to Nigeria as a footballer. No, he's the only one enjoying that brand. You, as a person, you're never going to enjoy that brand. That is why I say some of us escape, but the majority of you are trapped. And that trap is what we are trying to remove so that everybody becomes level, at least to some extent. But some of you don't want that. You want to trap yourself in a messed up society that has no reason for us to be in there. So So the more the Yoruba nation remains stuck into and trapped in the vortex of the Nigerian trash machine, the more stagnant and backwards we the Yoruba will become. So if you say you don't want to leave Nigeria, it's no problem. You will just be stagnant. I mean, imagine a governor. I pray for his good health. Akeredolu is not doing very well. We pray that he survive. As far as I know, he's no longer, somebody that, according to what they are saying, maybe he's in a vegetable state. But we agree that you are not feeling well. But release the state to the deputy. He's actually taking the whole state with him. As we speak right now, that's a Yoruba land. Imagine a governor that is not doing very well. He's sick. The reason why you have a deputy is that so that there will be function going on. So as we speak right now, Ondo is like grounded. Nothing is moving because the governor is sick. He's bedridden. We pray he survives it. But today, he has taken the key of Ondo State. Is that the kind of society you want us to continue with? Give your deputy, because he knows that the moment the deputy take over, the deputy within 1 week, 2 weeks will find out, so Ogano Njele, yeah. So Akeredolu took all the document of Ondo State with him. Why is bedridden? This is the country that you think is going to work. These are your politicians. And Akeredolu is meant to be an educated man. If you are sick, come out for the time being. Go and get yourself treated. You cannot treat yourself in Ondo State. We know that already. They took him to Ibadan. They couldn't survive. They are not taking him to Germany because Germany is the only place they can treat him. Because none of them thought they're going to sick at some point. They need to fix the hospital. So he's not feeling very well now. Governor Osinile, Ontole, bedridden. He's very sick. I pray he gets better. But give the deputy work to do. Let the deputy continue so that nothing is stagnant. So Ondo State is stagnant as we speak right now. Nothing is actually moving in Ondo State because the governor is not there. I mean, and you want the function of the state to continue. Mad people all over the place. So, accordingly, we Yoruba people state categorically that the political realities of one Yoruba man's presidency over Nigeria cannot possibly alter the continual bondage and retrogression of the Yoruba people in the cauldron of the heavily devalued Nigerian state. I'm going to take that again. I know I want to read everything in one go, but I'm just trying to give some bit of analysis as I go into it as well. We, the Yoruba people, are one more Yoruba. And so the political reality of Tinubu presidency because Nigeria, like I said, this is Nigeria until I show you this. Koiki, which kind of form is this? That is the Nigeria because everybody's looking at this. But in reality, Nigeria is gone. The Yoruba nation will never submit itself to unending citizenship in Nigeria. That is irretrievably held in a deep dungeon of more and more poverty and hopelessness. Therefore, we Yoruba nation reaffirmed. When they use the word reaffirmed, people are saying, is it because Tinubu is there now? No. We are reaffirmed our decision to negotiate with Nigeria. Some might start twisting these and say, Baba Akintoye wants to negotiate with Tinubu. Let me say this clearly. We will negotiate with Tinubu. We will negotiate with any one of them as long as we are leaving Nigeria. Since we don't have what it takes to fight the government physically, the only thing we can do, excuse me, is to negotiate. And that negotiation is exactly what we are doing right now. We have to continue to open, the doors. And I pray and I hope Tinubu, will listen for the interest of him as a Yoruba man and for the interest of us that are also agitating. Because whether he likes it or not, if he doesn't do anything, does not mean that we are going to stop. we will continue with our own ways in a non-violent, diplomatic way. But like I said, it will only take some time before it becomes the IRA situation. Because when you go to court, excuse me, when you go to court, which I have been in this country, because if you're not born in this country, you need to go to court at some point for your immigration. So court has different reasons that people go. So when you go to court, you always use the argument of another case to deal with your case. So I came to the country, I don't want to go back to Nigeria. I have to tell the judge the reason why I don't want to go back. So if anybody thinks that at some point there will not be a situation, if all has been exhausted, we haven't exhausted everything now, because as far as we are concerned, we are only just into the movement. And the movement is a movement. It does not matter, how some of you might say, you expect the nation to have been declared yesterday. No, it's a movement until the movement becomes reality. And it's not reality yet. That means we continue. And we will exploit every avenue in this world to negotiate our way out. But like I said, if all that fails, then we will then use the argument. Like I said, when you go to the court say, Mr. Koiki, why are you saying on your live show that you want to break Nigeria and it has to be violent? And I said, well, we exhausted every means, but it didn't work. And since it didn't work, I thought about the way IRA dealt with you, and that way it worked. And if you go and look at the IRA, the peace agreement is still even shaking, because they still want to control them even after they've given them independence. So that is not something that we should shy away from. We will not go through the IRA situation now, but at my back, I know it's going to happen if negotiation fails after a lot of engagement. And those engagement doesn't come very quick, because we are going through the diplomatic route. Anything diplomatic route is not something that's going to happen straight away. It goes through back and forth, back and forth. Tinubu is going to be dealing with too many problems. As he wants to deal with our own problem, he's dealing with the insecurity in the country. He wants to stabilize the economy. So if anybody thinks that it's going to happen overnight, it's not going to happen overnight. The only thing that happens overnight is when it turns into a bloody civil war. And that literally means that the country gets shut down like Sudan. The embassies will evacuate their diplomats away, and then they leave us to kill each other while they sanction everybody, and then they start talking. So if you go and look at the United Nations, every day now, the conversation is about Sudan. As they're discussing Sudan, the Serbia-Kosovo war is about to kickstart. As they are dealing with that, the Russia-Ukraine is going on. So we now have 3 wars. And when you look at the tension in the North Korea is doing its own, and they're monitoring North Korea, and they know that that one, he has a nuclear weapon, he can press a button and everything, boom. And they're looking at China and Taiwan. So the last thing the world wants is for Nigeria to go into the same situation. And we hope and pray that BOLA TINUBU will be, intelligent to sit down on the round table and negotiate, so that everybody can determine the way forward in this project Nigeria. Therefore, we Yoruba nation, the reason why I'm explaining all this is because they are what I call, brown envelope media in Nigeria. They will twist everything this, and I've seen one already. So my job is to change the narrative as it is in this statement. Some of them are not going to read everything like this. All they do is, they just write their nonsense, and especially some of them are working against us. So if you read anything that is different from the statement, if you haven't seen that statement, like I said, I couldn't get it onto the koikimedia website yesterday, but we're already circulating it. If you come across it as a PDF, I've already copied it and then pasted it. We hope to translate it. I wanted to do the translation yesterday, but I was a little bit tired. But we try and do as much as what we can do. So you too, if you can make a voice of it, read it in Yoruba, put it out, don't wait for koikimedia to do everything. This job is the responsibility of everybody. We are just doing our own best, and moreover, when we say because if I want to get this translated now, I can't just send it to somebody and say, yeah, help me translate it, especially when I know the service has to be paid for. So, like I said, it is our responsibility, our own responsibility to translate these to Yoruba. We will try our own best, but if we can also have somebody that can read it in Yoruba, read everything in Yoruba, even if it's going to be an audio, send it to us, then we can convert it to video. So I cannot do more than what we are doing already. Therefore, we Yoruba nation reaffirmed our decision to negotiate with Nigeria the creation of our own and separate autonomous political and economic space outside the framework of the now illegitimate Nigerian state. I want you to take note of that, because then I want to twist that area and say, okay, so Baba Akintoye wants to work in Nigeria. No, because some people don't understand anything. What that area says is that we will negotiate. Like I said, even if we kill each other after 3 years, 4 years, like the Civil War, everybody comes back on the round table, we're still going to negotiate. But the only problem is there will be a lot of destruction and a lot of people will have died. And since we don't want people to die, that is why we are negotiating. That is why we are going through the peaceful means. And we hope TINU will be so intelligent to think about the future, because he'll be 87 years old by 2031. I pray for his good health. And one thing is, even if I give him another 60 years, I don't think he will be alive. So it's this word that is saying that, that old man there that says this is actually referencing to this another bastard, all these Fulani cabals that have destroyed us, thinking that we are all stupid like them, and this is this another bastard. Listen to this another bastard.
Yes, I'm satisfied we are still existing as a united nation.
Bomb bastard Gowon speaking during the inauguration.
Thank God.
He's actually calling the Biafra war a little fracas. Let me say this to those of us that we might not like each other. Baba Akintoye stated that clearly. The hatred in Nigeria today is, go on the social media, hatred is there. Everybody just living in a fake denial as if we love each other. The hatred is there. It's just a matter of time before everybody understands that we don't love each other. We're just deceiving each other for the last 63 years. Gowon is saying that what happened in 1967 is just a small fracas. Well, the one that will happen this time around, it will be a small fracas. It will fight to finish, because I know the Biafra will either destroy Nigeria before Nigeria destroy them. And when they destroy Nigeria, it's going to affect us as well, and the Nigeria will break, as simple as that.
We've made it 6 years. And I hope we'll make another 60 years.
It is your forefathers will make another 60 years in that contraction called Nigeria. And TINU reference to this man. So we don't know what TINU assigned with the North. But what we know that TINU referenced during his inauguration, because he went on to say, the old man sitting at the back, there Yakubu Gowon. Gowon wants Nigeria to remain one for another 60 years. Baba, at a year, we might remain in Nigeria for another 60 years. So let's continue quickly, into the conversation. So Baba Akintoye went on to say, we Yoruba have repeatedly stated this in our letters and petitions to the United Nations Organization, which you can go and read that on koikimedia.com under the Yoruba document. There's a lot of letters to the ICC as well. Not like the other fake bomb bastard, the Lori Buruku Duponiti that keep telling us that she's communicating to the world. She's communicating to the world from a Nyash, bomb bastard woman. Above all, we Yoruba concluded irrevocably that the agenda of the war of conquest and subjugation. If some of you don't understand what subjugation means, I've told you so many times, these are people, we are people that are being suppressed, subjugated. It does not matter that TINU is the Yoruba president or Yoruba Nigerian president or whatever it is. He will still only be there for 8 years. After 8 years, your life will go back to the way it used to be. We Yoruba concluded irrevocably that the agenda of the war of conquest and subjugation by one nation that is part of Nigeria against the other nations of Nigeria and the said nation's invitation to foreign terrorist organizations to come and help to wage war against the other nations of Nigeria. Other nations of Nigeria have idiotically violated, conclusively eliminated the unity and legitimacy of Nigeria as one country. So what Baba Akintoye is trying to explain there is that since Sharia is being operated in the north, the Fulani have, infiltrated every part, the Ruga, the waterways, they're trying everything, to make sure that, they can overcome us. They've given Dangote that access, 19 billion project in Lagos, and eventually Dangote takes all the crude oil from the southeast, and they don't want the southeast. Imagine Hausa and Fulani people doesn't like southeast, but they're ready to take, you want to take their crude oil. You're going to take, because Dangote needs that crude oil to be able to put into the refinery. If there's no crude oil, that refinery dries up quickly. Oh, you don't know that? So you don't know that the reason why Dangote built that is so that they can suck the refinery, the crude oil from the southeast side, pump it into Dangote refinery, and the ones that is going to need from other African countries. But the same people don't like the Igbo people. So you want to take their resources to run into your own company, but you don't want them to be the president, because in 2031 the presidency goes back to the north. So you want to keep us together, but you don't want the Igbos to be the president, because again we are all there's hatred in us. We Yoruba have therefore concluded, I think I've gone too far, yeah. We Yoruba have therefore wage war against other nations, all with the obvious complicity of the federal government of Nigeria, have idiotically violated and conclusively eliminated the unity. So there's no unity among us, in that nonsense country anymore. We Yoruba have therefore concluded that we have the legitimate right and duty to separate our Yoruba nation from Nigeria. That legitimate right is not going to come by just coming here, talk to us. All we are doing is just to get as many people on board and let them get the message. But there are some Yoruba people who say, no, we're not interested in your breakup. We just keep Nigeria as it is, even though they are not enjoying Nigeria. It doesn't matter to them. As long as they want to remain in Nigeria, that is fine. But that is not going to stop the Yoruba people that have concluded. Look, even if it's 40,000 of us that say we are ready to go, we are still ready. Even if it's 1 million of us, we are ready. Until the others will realize before it is too late. We Yoruba have prepared to attain these goals. I want you to take note of this again. Since we don't want to fight Tinubu's government, since we don't have to carry, this situation that will become bloody, we have prepared, we Yorubas that are ready to go, are prepared to attain these goals through negotiations with the Nigerian government under the leadership of the BOLA TINUBU, the president, and the CSO, or whatever it's called. Either on a bilateral basis, that is between our own Yoruba nation and the government of Nigeria, or on a multilateral basis that brings most of the constituent stakeholders. I talked to you that there are so many stakeholders in Nigeria. One of them is America, China, the G7, whatever. So at some point, they have to come together with us and say, look, okay, if you all want to go, we can do it in a way that is not going to be bloody. We can do it in a way that everybody goes their separate ways without too much fight. But if that is not going to happen, then the stakeholders will lose insight, because as we speak right now, the stakeholders in Sudan are losing. Sudan has 98% of the gum arabia. Gum arabia is being used in the pharmaceutical industry and the food industry. As of today now, nobody can go and, when there's a war going on, who is going to be going to get, gum arabia? Do you know that, the reason why there's a lot of expenses of wheat around the world, because wheat is used for bread and so many other things, and also medicines, is medicine as well. Ukraine produced, almost, tons and tons of it. But because of the war between Russia and Ukraine, it has destabilized the region. And that is why the cost of bread has gone up in the UK. And if the cost of bread has gone up in the UK, some of you will never eat bread anymore in Nigeria. So, in conclusion to all these, then I can start breaking it down in Yoruba for the benefit of our listeners as well. In conclusion to this statement, we Yoruba applaud the noble assurance which our brother, the new president, some people say, why are you calling me your brother? No, he's a Yoruba man. Regardless of our views against Bola Tinubu, he's a Yoruba man. He's not an Igbo man. He's not an Shekiri man. Even though we know that he doesn't have a correct date of birth, because we go with the date of birth that he's giving us. We know he's involved in drugs. Some Yoruba people don't like us to use those statements. You're crazy. Drug money went into his account as far as I'm concerned in America. So he's a drug baron. We know he was wetting himself because we saw evidence of that when he went to Jehode. And we know that he's inconsistent in his record. His record is so much distorted. And let me show you something at the background. Those of you watching right with me right here, you're not able to see what I'm about to show you. So when you look at this was put together by Steve Ang, an economics that I follow on Twitter. So you can see that, President-elect, his age, they keep changing it, they keep putting, shuku. But we agree with whatever Tinubu is. His education, again, shuku. Where did he make his money from? They say, after he worked in Shell and all that. But in reality, we know that, he's operating his money from Lagos State. He has actually used Lagos State to build his wealth. But the Yoruba people that doesn't want us to talk about it, they are suffering. I was listening to my brother, Eyifon Tosin, at the early hours. It was live about 3 o'clock in the morning. I just catch up with him. There's a young man, according to him, sleeping on the bed, wearing the new outfit of these they were giving them during the campaign. Some people are so gullible. They think when they are doing campaign, this T-shirt of Tinubu will give you money. Eventually, the guy is now asking for money. He's pleading for money because he's not feeling very well. But it's Oshiwasho, Asho APC campaign on the wall. Ó wà lórí bed. Ó wà ní kọjọ kọṣàánú. Kọlọba Ṣèyí Mákindé nàbẹ àwọn Tinubu about all this bomb bastard politics. Why come on the social media? So, imagine somebody that campaigned throughout the campaign. Go and meet Dayo Israel. Dayo Israel is your youth leader now. Let Dayo Israel give you money. Why come on the social media? Why should we be the one responsible for your own problem? Because that person now does not believe in Yoruba nation. But he's coming out now because why? Because they don't build education for you. They don't build healthcare for you. So you can see that image, the state of origin, Tinubu keep going. So Tinubu integrity is not there. But that does not mean we're not going to negotiate with him as a Yoruba man. That does not mean we cannot call him our brother. He still speaks Yoruba better than me, at least at some point. So as a Yoruba man, we've got to talk about it. Whether I talk about Tinubu as a drug dealer, that makes you freeze up. You better go and hang yourself and jump into 3rd Mainland Bridge and die so that we know that you are dead, you are gone. If I talk about Tinubu anyhow and that is affecting your brain, go onto London Bridge and kill yourself. So that you can't resist. Tinubu is a drug dealer. Gbajabiamila that he has used as his chief of staff. Do you know that Gbajabiamila defrauded somebody in America? After imagine. And and some of you are out there, you want me to appreciate and say because it's Tinubu, you don't talk like that. You're a bomb bastard. I am koikimedia. I am not Tinubu. So you can see that we don't know his record. But America knows his record because when Tinubu traveled to America at the beginning, America has the original document is submitted. So America is looking at every one of us and say, look at you. You mumu. Because America has found its stuff. When you apply for American visa, just like, look, the same details I used when I came to this country, it's still the same details I'm using. I've not been able to change it. From the day I left Nigeria with my visa, it's still the same details. But somebody like Tinubu cannot come out and say the same details he used to travel to America in the 80s is the same details he's using. And if you're telling me that is not happening, somebody went from somewhere, I don't want to go too much details. He went with a passport. He went to Nigeria in December. He traveled out again with another passport. He went to Abuja, changed his date of birth, changed his, everything, and he's flying out again. He actually flew out of Nigeria with a new passport with the different details. This was in December. Not that they told me. It's something that he presented to me. So don't come and tell us, Tinubu details is, he doesn't have that. But that doesn't mean that he's not our brother. He's a Yoruba man. Is that Olori Buruku woman that was trying to destroy and say, oh, we are working for Tinubu? You will work for Tinubu. Your father worked for Tinubu. Why should I work for Tinubu? What do I need from Tinubu that I want to work for him? What do I need from Atiku? And this is why we need to say to our people, the reality we get on you is just a matter of time. So let's finish up in conclusion to this statement. We Yoruba people is coming up to almost 20 minutes before 7 a.m. It's local time in London. The weather a bit windy yesterday. Everybody's still sleeping. All the cars are outside. The trees are dropping as many. I can see some of our council workers are making their way to pick up rubbish. That's the kind of life we expect as many of you to live. But you will never live that kind of life. You are all living in denial, okay? Because the project Nigeria is not working. In conclusion to this statement, we Yoruba applaud the noble assurance which our brother, the new president of Nigeria, uttered in his inaugural address. We refer to the following statement in his own address. Our administration shall govern on your behalf. Definitely, he has to govern. He's not a military man. You can see that's why he's wearing agbada. If Tinubu was putting on the khaki every day like Abacha, we know that we're in military time and we know how we're going to be dealing with him. But he came in on the platform of, whether, the election was never successful anyway. We know that it was a fraud. So if anybody is telling you that election was a genuine election, you're living in a different world entirely. That is not an election. But at least, they put him there because he has a negotiation with Buhari after you, and eventually he got there, But as he's there, the Yoruba people agitating say, time now to sit and negotiate with us. Our administration shall govern on your behalf, but never rule over you. We cannot rule over us. Tinubu cannot tell me because I disagree with his view, and then we say, DSS can't be looking for him. If he's doing that, he's wasting his time. Because at the end of the day, we're only here for a short period of time. So many American presidents have died in the past, and there's still one that are existing. We are here for a short period of time. It does not matter how long you live. At some point, Tinubu and myself, we could go. But for now, we pray for long life for him. He prays for long life for me. His views is that he wants to keep Nigeria. He has said it already. He said that as long as this world exists, that world is not going to exist, because what we don't know that whether the North Korea guy is going to put a nuclear weapon and bomb everywhere. Every day, Putin is moving with his nuclear weapon. Because we know. Because he knows that Putin is fighting the war between the West and Russia. And the only thing Putin is holding on to now is his nuclear weapon. And maybe you don't know. When they put out the nuclear weapon, it does not matter wherever you are, it's going to affect me and you. So the word itself that Tinubu is saying that is going to exist, that Nigeria will exist. Tinubu must be. I think the cocaine is taking. He must be drinking a lot of it. He needs to stop. How can he be coming out and say Nigeria will exist? How long is he going to live anymore anyway? I pray for another 60 years for Tinubu. I just give him 60 years. I know it's not going to happen. I had 60 years to Tinubu's age today. That is government telling us that the world is going to, Nigeria is going to exist in this world. Which world? The world that is shaky. This world that we are living today that is shaky. Not be this world. Not be this world with me at the monitor every day. Do you know what is going on in the world today? Do you know how many things that is happening in the world? Do you know how many things that is about to explode? Yesterday I was watching the NASA. They were doing some documentary. I've not even completed it. And they were talking about the UFO. Do you know how many things are operating outside this world that they are ready to destroy us? So Tinubu is talking about this world. I think he did drink pine. So they're talking about UFOs, sightings and all that. I love all these things. So in reality, nobody knows what is going to happen within the next 2-3 years from now. And that's why they're trying to control the narratives. So it's only what you know, you know. They talk about COVID. Do you know that COVID is not something that popped up today? It's been something that they've been preparing since 1950. Stupid people. We're telling you how the world works. You think the world love you as much as you think they love themselves. They don't care how many of us die. He said this today, they've been killing activists or people that are asking for their rights. So Tinubu is talking nonsense, but we still negotiate with him. So our administration shall govern on your behalf, but never rule over you. We shall consult and dialogue. I love that bit. We shall consult and dialogue, but never dictate. Well, you don't have to dictate now. And I know that Tinubu is an intelligent man. He needs to sit down with the Biafra, sit down with the Yoruba people, with the Job people, and let's determine whether we still want to be in Nigeria or not. But if he's going to now go in the same, like the Fulani cow, like Buhari, then there'll be more problem. Because you cannot hold in on the Kano and say you want peace in Nigeria. Where are you going to get that peace from? You cannot continue to destabilize, the El Zakizaki and say you want peace in Nigeria. We hate each other. We are not one. We are just living in denial. I was reading David Odoye on Twitter this morning, and the former Minister of Aviation, Adi Sariki, that one just used the last minute lottery to deceive Nigeria. Hey, Nigerian Air. Do you know that they've removed the color they put on it? That flight has continued the normal journey was doing. 80 billion naira gone. 80 billion. Nigerians, they love, and I think a lot of you are so depressed. So when you watch all this, your skit, it makes you feel that Nigeria is working. You think because of those skits, Nigeria is working. You must be Kolomenta. I watch them as well. So a lot of you have now watched comedy and they take it to the extreme length. Sometimes they remove their pants, they remove their shirt, they put their, we do our own in an extreme version. Anything they copy, they do it. So people think that is what is going to make Nigeria to be successful. You must all be drinking Komu. You are crazy. We hate each other, and we saw that played out in Lagos State. The Igbos were going to take Lagos State. Don't let Lagos go to Igbo people. Badebo no be Yoruba boy, na Igbo man. No. The wife, even though Sheyi Tinubu's wife is also Igbo. And if you don't know, Sheyi Tinubu is hiring to become the Lagos State governor very soon. We never love each other. Oh, the Igbo destroyed the regional government, and then everybody go their separate ways then. Why are we staying together? So I'm now going to start, breaking down these to my understanding as much as I can. My name is Olami Koiki. I think I should go and make my tea. It's coming up to another day in Nigeria. So how many people are still with me? Then I think I'm a little bit more relaxed now because I wanted to, when I was doing it outside, and let me say this clearly, okay, please. When I do my broadcast outside, and I read some of your comments and say, why all this noise? In the studio more one. I'm outside when there's so much cars going. Well, I use my little time, so that we can carry you along. So, and like I said, you don't have to sit here. There are so many fun movies that they are doing on social media. You don't have to be watching people, doing jiggy. Maybe that will make you feel happy, fun bastard. So when I'm outside, sometimes I don't want to show my face. Where is your face? Why do you need my face? You can see my face every day. If you don't see my face, go and type koikimedia. You see my different pictures of me. The one where they put Juju and me and the Wosha, or the one where you go see me with number 10 down the street. So when I come back, let me go and prepare my tea. So when I come back, we will continue the conversation. I thought we start early before the house get busy, but at least I think we're good. I've done 2 hours already, so I think we could take calls. So we'll take calls when I come back. while we continue. So like I said, in the program, I'm not going to be talking, my reference there, there's other, I'm not going to waste my energy on that bomb bastard woman. So I have something to be dealing with now. So letter A, very, very important for me to explain it back to back to my because not everybody understands all these grammar. So my job is to break it down, and I probably invite some people that can help me as well to look at it. In terms of the you know, you say something, you talk about it. On the back by you, sorry, on the collector side, I'm by you don't collect us. I think literally she's completely sick woman in her head. That bomb bastard, Lori Broku woman, Ulushi, came to want to destroy, you know, the movement. 419, with all our groups, you know, portraying themselves, you know, as the people that are doing the best for the Yoruba people. Ulushi woman. Onofe kuleun, iku onofe lele, Lori Broku woman. You know, jati, Ulushi. I pity those of you that are still, you know, looking at this woman and think that she's mentally okay. She's not mentally okay. Collect us Agbaye will collect us. Letter ni baba connection tari letter. Can digest it. This is a letter, and we journalists love. This is the one from Buhari. Look at it. As analysis the I want to collect us in UN. I want to collect us Agbaye. And some people are there out there, you know. I mean, I don't worry about those at home because those ones are gullible. Because if somebody is not gullible, we say, Momo, one Atigba Yoruba nation. One Atigba Yoruba nation. And one UN, CCTV, UN, I think some Yoruba people, they are born bastard. I'm sorry to say. How can you say the CCTV, what? CCTV, Lori Broku. And I think we have calls coming through. Since I say we wanted to take calls, so let me take the first caller straight away. I don't know who's on the line, but I said, I'm mute the background. Hello, good morning, your life on koikimedia.
Yeah, Baba.
And I feel so. And let me remove this face of this woman. I hate that face. How are you, sir?
Yeah, Baba, just
more save number, so my Emma Solomon, the big voice here.
But the other one is like Moses Closer in Chicago.
Okay, all right. That goes okay, I'm going.
Yeah, Baba. I mean, like, they do a good brother.
Yeah, I know your darling.
I know. Me on emotional results, to be honest. I mean, about thing like it's been a while. It's almost listening to the band, like really different all because of like as the community that went time a year as guests, but more we continue to listen or believe like a little bit depression in about in ultimate contract buying like motion person get wow okay but you want to be programming more at least over the thing that you're comfortable being fucking internet by that more buying something in that no saying time to say on fait que des group de points and we believe like the right way because never keep continuing that's my attack and content like me own fun in depression not no support me as body we should give you more support your needs and we begin like on the last itu mau masuk ini wala masuk di platform ini powerful philosophy program ini tuh once in a while plan is work for that platform also by nation Emma you know quick
Yeah, you have America level. You have the right to your free wish and talk, and you can say that I've not interfered with what you're saying. I just want you to land, and then when you finish, I'll let you go. If I have anything to say on it, we are not restricting anybody from not calling and saying what they want to say. In terms of what you're saying, come and can't come and look. As far as I'm concerned, unity is not working for Yoruba nation. And if you're still believing that, you have the right to believe that nonsense. But as far as I'm concerned, it's like where you are in America and, with the current situation, they're saying that we see debt in America. There's debt. Donald Trump says he can fix it. Trump says he can, Biden said he can fix it. And there's a Republican and another. But what we are saying is there is a woman that is not. You are in America. You don't know, you are just listening to all these rhetorics, which we all started to listen to. I listened to her at the beginning. I gave her a platform. We listened to her. But like I say, you have the right to still believe her. But we Kama reference, Kama I'm very sorry, it's not going to happen on our platform. So, but she can be doing whatever she's doing. But in the long run, whether she's lying or not, everybody will find out. But we have to find out, and we're not going to waste too much of our time on that. So that's all I can say. So, but our views. Well, you don't have to support, but you could tell that you are balanced to one side. I tell you to listen to Yoruba Nation. Take time off. Emma stress around, because at the end of the day, Tabagba Yoruba country. Attend to listen, attend to that. People like my agenda. I am not taking it. You see, the problem, you are the one changing the conversation. I am not taking it personal. You have talked on your views. I'm talking on my views now. And I said you have the right to say what you are saying. So I'm not, taking it personal. I am just saying that, this is a person from what we have looked at, what we have checked, she's not in the movement. And you are still telling us that we should allow her to be doing what she's doing. No, but
when you look like a fracas, like
okay. Let me say this. Then you are mixing it up. There's nothing called fracas. How many times you want with Trump was caught in America? She fracas, don't she? Do you know that Bill Cosby? Somebody just said that only sexual in 1960. And then if go to the court missing, I read that news. So when people say this is fracas, it's because we are putting the sentiment of that Yoruba side. There's nothing called fracas. We are reviewing things, people are reviewing it every day. That's not a fracas. We can't say that's fracas. I listen to American news all the time. Do you know that our Prince, the one Prince Harry, he actually run away from the media here. But America only media. So it's not a fracas. So that word fracas is not the right word to be using. It's because we are looking at it from the Yoruba or Moluabi. It's not nothing to be doing. It's not a fracas. So the point I'm trying
to make to you, quick, is this. Mufeke flashback like the focus.
So I say so listen to lose focus.
No, you fair like let
me say this. America, the only theory or not the only theory. She's a scammer. That name is not going to come out. If just going to give you a concern, like I said, you can take a break.
No, brother, get a point in me. Okay, America belong here because on your but my point is this, so people are in consider right.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's good. I mean, there's some people like that.
I still believe in the struggle. Like in Yoruba nation, I still have 100% believe in it.
Okay.
I get it.
Oh, yeah, man.
So, I mean, some people are give up. No.
Okay.
If you can't try to save
it could be well. I mean, like I said, it could be depressing to some, and some it could be the most exciting part of the movement. so it's as simple as that, But am I worried too much on it? Like I said, just do what you can do. We are not tired. We are still here. And we will be doing what we can do best. So yeah, anything. All right, Mr. Moses. All right. I save number in this. I think I have your other number. More save it.
That one, you know already.
Yes, yeah, go konjade, but only you go konjade, ma save it. All right. No, Mr. Moranti, ma save it. Listen, the 096, ma save it. All right, Mr. Moses. Our people have the right to be, a little bit concerned, but whatever it is. And everyone's okay. I'm going. Mr. Moses, thank you so much for the call.
Yeah. Continue to have so when you your kini ìrìnàjò wa yìí Yorùbá nation wa. Ẹjọ́ kini ìgbésẹ̀ tá máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní gbé ńsìn ká tún máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ṣe awareness wa lọ padà. Ká fi ṣẹ́rí ìyá yẹn gbogbo ara ti mọ̀ ẹni tó bá sọ pé òun ò mọ̀ pé ìyá yẹn pé wọ́n ràn wá pé kó wá dá Yorùbá nation ọ̀ kó wá dá dúró ká má bàa rí nǹkan gbogbo bá ṣe ń ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀ tí ìfẹ́ wà tí gbogbo ẹ̀ wà. In fact, it's just pa iná gbogbo kìíní yẹn. Báwo la ṣe fẹ́ padà?
Well, that's the fẹ́ padà náà ni lẹ́tà tí bàbá ti kọ yìí, because we can't just keep, because Buhari was going around May. The last thing we would have been doing is Akajade Kamada, Shirali, cover the people. So now that Buhari is gone, we have a government in place, and that government is TINUBU, and the letter has been communicated to him. And the next thing is that we'll continue with our campaign and awareness on the
awareness.
About the very end, then we will unity after the big battle. I don't think TINUBU will do that. I don't think TINUBU will do that.
Ní ká máa wòran ẹni lè sọ fáwọn èèyàn wa ẹ máa sọ ẹ máa ti ṣe program yìí náà pé ẹni darandaran kan tó bá misbehave this time around kí wọ́n deal pẹ̀lú wọn náà kí wọ́n deal pẹ̀lú wọn tó bá máa di nǹkan kí nǹkan kó di nǹkan kí nǹkan èyí tí Buhari ṣe for 8 years ẹ̀mí èèyàn tó ti pa ni ẹ̀yìn pé nísìnyí pé wọ́n tọwọ́ ọmọ ọba aṣọ díẹ̀ wọ́n tàn wá ní wọ́n tàn wá torí wọ́n ti gbé Buhari ti kúrò nílẹ̀ ṣé kò yẹ káwa ọmọ Yorùbá ká lájú ni tí kò yẹ ká lájú ni ṣe rí ìyá yẹn ọ̀rọ̀ títí ẹ̀ ìfà ó máa ṣẹ̀sín láyé ó máa ṣẹ̀sín lọ́run gbogbo àwọn tó tẹ̀lé náà ìjọ tó bá ti wù wọ́n torí wọ́n bá ti pé tó bá ti padà wálé ayé ni láti gbà wọ́n èyí tó bá dẹ̀ ti gbọ́ bóun fẹ́ padà bóun fẹ́ ṣe ti Yorùbá torí ti ìyá yẹn lòun fẹ́ ṣe torí òun ṣe bá ń ṣe ti bàbá Akíntóyè àbí à ń ṣe ti Sunday Igboho a fẹ́ ṣí Yorùbá nation là ń ṣe àwọn tó dẹ̀ darí wa tó jẹ́ pàmò pé ọ̀nà òtítọ́ ló ń gbé gbà àwọn là ń tẹ̀lé ẹ wo nǹkan tí ìyá yẹn lọ ṣe tán lórí tí tó make sense ṣe àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá mi ṣọ́ máa ń ronú ṣá ó gbé àwọn èèyàn dìde ẹ wàá mọ̀ the funnest part mo fẹ́ kẹrántí gbọ̀n ṣé mo pé òmìnira ló máa ń pè kíní ẹ̀ nígbà tó lọ sí lágé ló tó lọ ṣe kíní ẹ̀ nìbàdàn ṣé bàbá aṣọ Yorùbá nation lọ́wọ́ tí wọ́n wọ pé Yorùbá nation ṣe rí kò ṣe kọ òmìnira tó máa ń kọ sára àwọn nǹkan tó ń lò nígbà tó fẹ́ lọ gba tó fẹ́ lọ ṣe declaration àbí reclamation lọ́wọ́ ṣe gbà ṣùgbọ́n òmìnira ni wọ́n kọ sára wáyé ló fi wá lọ mú green náà lò tó tún wá kọ Yorùbá nation sẹ́yìn wọn kẹ́ẹ̀dì mọ̀ yìí pé ìyá yìí wà up to the fact ó ṣe pé bíyà pé kíníkan Tinubu yìí pé àwọn kábínẹ̀tì wọn àwọn ni wọ́n gbé ìyá yìí jáde pé lọ darí wọn ìyá yìí wà ẹni tó bá wá sọ pé òun ò mọ̀ yẹn in fact ayé ń ṣe ẹni yẹn torí kò yẹ kó ṣe sọ fún yàn with the way things are going kò yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe sọ fún yàn kò yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe sọ ẹ jọ a ní láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ padà nǹkan wa tá a máa ṣe a ní láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ padà gbogbo àwọn ọmọ àwọn bọ́ìsì yẹn Nàìjíríà wọ́n láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní dìde wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní dìde padà ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣe rádìrì wa padà ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣàwé adẹ́sì wa padà wọ́n máa lọ káàkiri tó bá ti tó time èyí náà ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo wa mọ̀ gbogbo kọ́ńtẹ́ níbo ìgbà máa contribute abẹ́ máa contribute.
No problem. One thing is the first thing you can do in anything is, and thank you so much to the last two callers as well. And like I always say, we cannot do with Dupo Onitiri. She's a scammer. She has actually held us back, for almost a year now. It took us time to get the message, especially some of us that put as many trust, because based on what she was saying, but eventually we realized that what she was saying was just rhetorics, just to hold us back. Because even in Mitimo close more, she didn't give me any evidence as much as I would have loved to come out and say the iota of truth. She did not even give us that evidence, and I gave her something. Like I said, I gave her my details. Hey, imagine and tell me funny details. Tell me, don't go the friend another thing to say. Okay, Koiki, or maybe Danny, in case I'm about to answer for Koiki. Do you know that for the past time, all this fallout came, she never sent us one copy of letter like this. We combine. We never got anything of such, not through the email. So when people are now coming and say, fracas, the one she missing, you know, you're gonna say Koiki has hot temper. You know, if I hot temper, kúrò níbí by color, see me don't think she porn movie, color ma wo biti kò sí kódà temper the man disturb it. I am not idiot. Mo láwọn tó close mọ́ mi tí mo ti gbá dànù. Ìrìn àjò mo ní mo mọ̀ yẹn kankan rí. Taba Moralano, lórí ìrìn àjò yìí, kò mí pé máa mọ̀ ẹ́ lọ́la. If I believe that, you know, from line tí wọn náà tún gbé ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn, especially pẹ̀lú ọ̀rọ̀ ìyá yẹn, because lórí ọ̀rọ̀ ìyá yẹn, there's no point. It's a waste of time. She has actually wasted our energy and time that we should burn into, you know, other issues. But that is not a fracas, because we have people that are now saying, you know, this woman that came into you, right? No, she's a Yoruba woman. Anyway, I don't want to spend my time with that. You know, the conversation is my statement from Baba Akintoye, because I want for any interlimafi discourse. Because the media needs something to talk about. You go on BBC this morning now. They will discuss on, you know what they are discussing now? Talomo told you the hottest topic in the UK, listen. They want to release the WhatsApp message between the former Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, Mowo Kinilano. Okay, let me see if I can bring that up. I was even going to play that anyway. I live here, so I know how these things work, especially how the media. So every discussion right now is on Boris Johnson, because they want to release the WhatsApp communication alone during the COVID. So I was watching something yesterday. Video. So let me bring my back end. Boris Johnson, the tough war. Love headline, tough war over WhatsApp messages slammed by Robert Buckland. So, but I don't think I want to understand, you know, what really we want. So our communication with TINUBU is the first step in place, which Baba Akintoye has done very well now. So let's go and now give you the video that I want to show you. If my platform is not good for you, I'm open movie now. I'm not joke with like I'm stress around, because if you can stress around, you don't continue sharing it. Potential woman, you better believe in the. Let's watch this together. So my play there, my love, sorry, plug on to my shit.
Best in US economies top 500.
And I'm bad launching but I got go boy. Mo ti gbàgbé orúkọ ẹ̀, you know, ó ti share me piri ní nígbà tí wọ́n ṣì wà lábẹ́ European Union. I can't remember it. Ta ló rántí orúkọ ẹ̀? Ẹ̀gbọ́n mi Ṣẹ́gun ọ̀nà. Kí lórúkọ boy again? Orúkọ ẹ̀ sápá mi lórí nísìnyí. So this is the current news that is trending in UK regarding Boris Johnson, the COVID inquiries. So she fracas làwọn ṣe nísìn. So why is it that we quickly want to point things and say we are doing fracas? You know, we're not doing fracas. So what kind of fracas are we doing? Let's watch this. I'm coming back.
So the former Justice Secretary. Now, I think most folk sitting at home will be scratching their heads, or maybe please don't turn off because we're going to explain it. What does What is the government launching a judicial review? What does it actually mean?
Okay, well, the government is saying that, unlike the view of the chair of the inquiry, Lady Hallett, who wants to see all the material that she considers potentially relevant to the issues of the inquiry, that they take the view that a lot of the items are just irrelevant. They're going to be of no help to anybody whatsoever. And more than that, they potentially create a chilling effect. Remember that phrase from way back, the chilling effect, on the way that ministers and officials might work in future. In other words, is there a safe space for ministers and civil servants to get on with their job, to be frank with each other, but in a way that can avoid, frankly, further, sort of a retreat further into the undergrowth if all this material is now going to be capable of disclosure in this way. That's what this argument is about, it seems to me. The government don't want to comply with the decision of the judge. Her decision, though, as chair of the inquiry under the Act of Parliament that creates inquiries, is absolutely exclusive. It's her discretion, her decision. The only way they can challenge it is by asking another judge to look at it to see whether or not it is unreasonable. What, is so unreasonable as to be clearly wrong. Now, that seems to be a high hurdle to cross, and I do hope that instead of this turf war, we get a solution as soon as possible, because as you said at the top of the package, we need to get on with it.
Well, isn't that the problem? That the very act of the government doing this, in effect, kicks the can further down the road.
So I want us to listen to, these interview that is going on right now. That's why I said I am different. I live in UK. Moki, we were entertaining Mama Killer on saying now that we're very relaxed. I am a treaty topic as I go. I don't want to be diverted into this Kamanja woman. My focus is this letter to Tinubu. Kilerini Bay. Nyele come and discuss this thing. Come out to brother. I know my brother Moses is just a little bit concerned and all that. Which some people are concerned because they're like, Koiki go on the money or no can water. But on a woman, if you be walling on, I want go for the actual interlady. All she has done is just rhetorics and rhetorics. She rhetorics like a I don't want to be eating rhetorics. I want, fact. Fact is if she's telling people. I mute background here. I mute background here. I mute background here. I mute the thing dominule. I mute your parapata mole.
Yeah.
I go to tell you. Ekabo. We'll come back to this while the caller comes finish. Go ahead.
We don't let us about Koen. The letter is the main thing right now. But I like Rabba Moshana, like your letter here. I need that to in what you trap the main idea for go actually do the Yoruba man, and I believe we actually do. He has an eye. I want to get me talent, So actually to see what we are doing now, to the president and the prime minister relay. We don't wait for that to Baba to meet. We don't keep about us Nigeria. I don't know how once we meet in a neutral venue, in a neutral country, you want to go to us where Sunday will be there, where Baba will be there, and other talk.
Personally,
Biafra and other tribes, then it's up to him. But this is be very boosted. I think I'm so happy about it. I'm so happy about it. So for me, Tinubu Asiwaju, the right thing he should do, by anybody, about the talking that is going to be non-violent and will never ever be violent. At least. Àti ṣe àwọn kìíní kan fún ìgbàdúrà náà bí tá a ṣe campaign tá a ṣe everything and the whole world wọ́n mọ ọkọ tá a fẹ́ ṣe wọ́n dẹ̀ mọ ìta lọ. So fún Aṣíwájú to do the right thing is what we are just saying about and exactly his letter is on point and everything that Baba wrote is all about you pé afẹ́ òmìnira. So fún Aṣíwájú to do the right thing is for Aṣíwájú mi ní sọ pé kí Aṣíwájú kó tó gbọ́dọ̀ àti wá sí fún wọn Nàìjíríà náà mi ìdẹ́tọ́ pé bàbá náà bí wọ́n sọ fún Aṣíwájú. But what I'm saying, please, Aṣíwájú, make an effort not to make Baba in a neutral ground. And then this not me.
Okay.
Because it's not going out of the way now. Would they get holiday? Argument of Buhari king, Buhari king. Buhari did nothing about it. Now, me, then if I cash one go, you go and do a bit. What did he do? He did nothing. So why are you not pushing on me? No. Because once we bring Nigeria in the next 7, 8, or 10 years, Nigeria is not going to exist. Nigeria is not going to exist. It is not going to exist. In the country where we have more than 200 million, how many population do you know? This is not 5 million. No. It's not 5 million Nigerians. How do you run? You're running. It's going to run access to medical.
Àníṣe mo sì wórí ọ ní Hamzat láàárọ̀ ọmọ kan sì ń wá 7 million naira ó fi fi ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ nìbàdàn bẹ́ẹ̀ kó lọ sí Israel kó lọ sí lọ́fẹ̀ẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá ni.
Wọ́n ti kọ́ nípa ọmọ aṣáájú àdúgbò wọ́n ṣe APC ó wá gbèrè sórí social media káwọn Yorùbá ẹ̀fẹ̀ irú ẹ̀kọ́ lọ́dọ̀ ṣe fún ẹ̀ ó ní ẹ̀ta àdìgbò tó pé lọ́yìn Yorùbá self-determination movement máa lè gbà kí ní ìjáde. Ibi tí gbogbo ìyọ̀tá máa ti ní access bí every total need. Tó bá dé France bẹ́ẹ̀ France lọ́sọ̀, tó bá dé Germany German lọ́sọ̀, tó bá all over. They all speaking the same thing. They all speaking the same thing. Wọ́n program tó náà lọ́rọ̀ yìí dára. Ṣé mo pé wọ́n sọ lórí program yẹn àwọn màmá Fáṣákí.
Mo máa lọ mú jáde
wọ́n lọ ti kí nìyẹn. Wọ́n fẹ́ tó dẹ̀kọ́ tó di lórí bọ́ọ̀kù yìí wá.
Mo wo program yìí.
Oyin ìyẹn kọ́lá fẹ́ lọ́ọ́ wọ́n ti kí ẹ̀dẹ́ 5%. Tí olórí gbogbo obìnrin jẹ́ wà tó lè sọ pé tó lè kún rẹ̀ tó sọ dàbúdà. Please, lẹ́tà yìí, aṣáájú should just please. Tí aṣáájú bá gbọ́ nǹkan tá à ń ṣe láàárọ̀ ẹ̀ kó jọ torí Ọlọ́run, a fi ṣe ìjà o, a fi ṣe ìjà rárá. Wọ́n tún aṣáájú náà máa kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Ó máa kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀ fún ìmọ̀ àrùn ọjọ́ tó máa kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀. Ọbásanjọ́ rọ̀ sí òun náà ti fara kó tiẹ̀ o. Ọbásanjọ́ ti fara kó tiẹ̀. Ó ti fara kó tiẹ̀ sí. Bàbá Ìyábọ̀ ó ti fara kó tiẹ̀ ó dẹ̀ pé òun náà ìwé láti pé òun náà pé kí ó lè níjọba tó máa protect òun ti lọ support Peter Obi
soft landing Ọbásanjọ́ náà wà.
Ọbásanjọ́ mọ́ òun náà aṣáájú ọdún mẹ́rin ọdún mẹ́jọ máa pé ó máa dàbí àná náà ni.
Soft landing Ọbásanjọ́ náà wà.
So tó jọ àgbẹ̀ni o àbí ṣe ká ó bí bàbá wọ́n lè lọ sí neutral place nǹkan tẹ́lẹ̀ fẹ́ nìyẹn wọ́n lọ sí neutral ground wọ́n lè sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ní tribune. Bàbá náà dúró de àwọn Britain and America gbogbo ẹ̀ no it's not gonna work. It's not going to work. No it's not going to work.
Okay.
It's not. And so ẹ ṣe gan bàbá ẹ máa bọ́ tó bọ̀.
Thank you so much. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọlọ́pọ̀lọ́ bí ṣe sọ this letter should be our focus point now. And leave Dúpẹ́ for now. Mo wo fídíò tí ẹ̀gbọ́n mi sọ mo tẹ̀ kódà mo wá bi tí orúkọ òkè máa lọ sórí péjì Yorùbá máa pè tí àwọn dáàdì yẹn ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ pẹ̀lú ká padà sí Nigel Farage ni ẹni tí mo wá lẹ́ẹ̀kan thank you so much friend tó bá tó wọn létí let's go back and listen. This is máa yẹn wá sàn kankan máa tó fẹ́ interview yìí ó ní eléyìí ń béèrè pé kí ló dé tó ṣe fẹ́ lọ sí court láti lọ gba injunction lórí pé kọ́ release WhatsApp message Boris Johnson the other guy wá ní because of the future so that kọ́mákọ̀ sọ pé wọ́n take a decision ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ díẹ̀.
And judicial review is not going to be next Thursday, is it? It's going to be some months down the road. But here's my real question to you, Bola Tinubu. I mean, whilst I do understand why the first lockdown came in. We'd seen horrendous scenes from Milano. We'd no idea what was coming.
Absolutely right.
We had historical fear of 1919, the so-called Spanish flu. Well, I got to tell you, after that, I was deeply sceptical about what the government was doing. And interestingly, people like Professor Carol Sikora, who were warning, saying actually these successive lockdowns will cause greater physical and mental harm to the nation than the virus ever can. At no point has anybody in government apologised to us, apologised for taking away.
Did you hear that one? At no point has the government apologized to us. At no point have they apologized to the Biafra for the civil war. Whether on love whether on if you want a country to work, government must succumb to the people. And this I'm very, very careful because I keep moving my hand. Nigel Farage is on the. Let me take it back to because we can do when I'm doing this program, we'll be referencing it to so many other things, but we'll come back to this later. We shall consult and dialogue. This is Tinubu talking now. We shall consult and dialogue, but we will never dictate. And this is why we say that, we want a government that wants to dialogue. Buhari never wanted to dialogue with any one of us. Mukia, it is a king. Buhari was never going to dialogue with the Biafra. And you cannot live in denial and say, we are not going to dialogue with the people. If you're not going to dialogue with the citizens, then there will be problem. Citizens have the right to disagree. This is now what they're doing, what they call the COVID inquiries. Cabinet Office seek judicial review over request. They are requesting that Boris Johnson give them all the WhatsApp messages. Mukia Yawalen Konkobetin Wale Nisi. Mukia Wabisi Makonjola. Mukia Digbu Makonjola Lunonje. And he's doing his birthday today as well. And happy birthday in advance to all those of you in the month of June. This is koikimedia. What are we reviewing this morning? We are going again into the statement sent to Bola Tinubu. He's our brother. There's nothing that wrong in saying that. But like I said, he will be out of the office by 2031. So he has 8 years. And there's no time barely near. No, Koiki, no, go settle down. Kill me, go settle down. He has already settled down for Monday, as far as I'm concerned. He's already the president. And he's been having meetings. So watching she meeting here, he has to remember to deal with our own case. Let's listen a little bit to this as well again.
Our liberties in a way that has never happened before in the history of this country. Apologised for adding huge amounts to the national debt, much of it.
Did Buhari apologize? Buhari never apologized to any one of you. Rather, Buhari came back and said, you are all cows. This is somebody that Nigerian look after and his family. Do you know that Nigerian look after Buhari for 8 years? Femi Bride Muki, Babawa Akintola Muki, Oketemidayo Joseph, Covid 999, Babawa Yem Odanko Yawani. Mo like she boutique yẹn, she aṣọ le máa ń tà mọ́ mi. She máa gba discount. Yemi Key Boutique on Instagram. Greg, thank you so much. You can ní tempo mi ó máa high gan. Ẹ̀wọ̀n pé ṣé la gbé dání ṣé tempo mi ò bá high ṣé kó máa low ni.
Too much of it swallowed up in fraud.
Mo ti sùn before 9 ni mo ti sùn lánàá. Ìyàwó mi máa ń rò pé mo lóyún gbà mí tó bá pọ̀ bìnrin ó ní tó bá pọ̀ bìnrin ni mo máa sọ pé mo bí ṣe jẹun tán báyìí mo ti lọ sùn. Mo fẹ́ jáde lánàá pé ká ṣe program yìí but I couldn't. Èmi náà èèyàn ní ara máa ń tẹ body there. So as much as I wanted to come out, but I think the jí láti 3. Mo gbọ́ Itan Tosin, máa ń gbọ́ program mo gbọ́ Itan Tosin, mo gbọ́ Àkàlàmàgò. He's talking about our culture. Mo rí kankan tí kábíyèsí náà ṣe tó wà tó dúdú mi dùn sí gan. Mo mọ ibi tó lọ orí page kan ni mo ti rí. We must preserve our culture. Ní tí mo fẹ́ máa rí ọba wa nìyẹn. Kọ́mọ̀ máa sọ fún wa pé ẹ̀yin ìṣẹ̀ṣe ò dáa. Mo rọ́ba yẹn Ọọ̀ni of Ifẹ̀, mo ṣí fìlà fún orí adé. Màá play video yẹn after ilé. And we pray that some of them will start also talking to Tinubu. Look, situation tó wà nílẹ̀ nísìnyí ìlú ayé ò lè wọ́ fún gbogbo wa. Mo kí ẹ̀yin tẹ́tí wà lórí YouTube tí mo kí látẹ̀kọ́ náà. Mo kí bàbá mi Kúnlé Shita and the rest of you. And those quiet silent listeners that is there, ẹ jẹ́ ká kọ́ gbọ́ díẹ̀ nù bọ̀bọ̀ yìí again. It's called Nigel Farage. Ó máa ń dé pẹ̀lú wọn gan.
At no point has anybody apologised for tens of thousands of people who were undiagnosed with cancer. I mean, you see where I'm coming from on this. There is considerable... by the way, it wasn't easy for any governing party in any country. And I will put that in mitigation. But nobody has apologised to us at any point.
People must apologise. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, bàbá mi Ọláwálé Alábí, mo kẹ́gbọ́n mi Ọlátúnjí Joseph, mo rí gbogbo kọ́mẹ̀ntì lórí Twitter, but mo busy nígbà tí mo ka kìíní statement lọ, so I couldn't be, distracted. He believes that Tinubu should take us back. Ẹ̀gbọ́n mi Túnjí Awófẹ́sọ, he's always thinking that, not thinking, he believes that Tinubu will take us back to the regional government. Line yẹn ti open ọ̀fẹ́ tó bá fẹ́ pè, nọ́mbà tí ẹ bá fẹ́ pè, tá bá ń ṣe lórí broadcast. number yẹn òun náà ló wà lókè yẹn tó jẹ́ +4474044059. So the line is open. And tó bá tí gbọ́ nǹkan tí a sọ lórí statement bàbá, like I said, for the next 1 month, 2 months, until mama deliberately lórí nìyẹn. So I call my reference if I want to meet mama Sheni. Dizzy123, thank you so much. There's a lot of people that are one-man people that communicate with the government around the world. Can't go into too more details. And they copy me. Tell me, but do you need to copy me? Ni gbogbo letter kankan tó náà ń ṣe yẹn. Àwọn ní ẹgbẹ́ wo kò necessary. Ẹ ṣe máa ní kò necessary. Mo mọ̀ yàn kan tó wà lórí broadcast pẹ̀lú mi nísìnyí. Gbogbo communication pẹ̀lú US Embassy nílùú ìlú ní lọ́wọ́. And some other countries. Pẹ̀lú UK government. Lórí ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá nation. Individual ni ó wà lórí live show pẹ̀lú mi nísìnyí. We can't be talking without a fact. Ẹ fẹ́ ká máa jáde ká máa sọ̀rọ̀ pẹ̀lú fact. Okay, Koiki níbo là ń lọ shit indicate níbí báyìí tí bàbá sọ. Bàbá sọ categorically nínú statement wọ̀nyí. He said it after Koiki Tinubu dada. Mo dey like bí bàbá ṣe ṣe because bàbá went back into history. Máa ka díẹ̀ nínú ti Buhari. Ẹ jẹ́ kó gbọ́ díẹ̀ nínú Nigeria Farage kí move away from there quickly.
And I just wonder whether people sitting at home, listening to this in the car, I just wonder whether they don't say to themselves, surely the decision as to what is unambiguously irrelevant should be a decision taken by Lady Hallett and not by a government that, let's be frank, has a vested interest in protecting its reputation.
Well, my view is that I think it'd be far better to leave it to Lady Hallett to be the ultimate arbiter. That's what the law says. She's independent.
I know the reason why I keep cutting the video is because if you come on the video, so I have to keep cutting in between. If not, the algorithm picks it up like I'm just using their video. I know we have not got to this kind of stage in Nigeria where we can be deliberating like this without punching each other, without taking nama and dagger and kill each other. But we hope that Tinubu will be intelligent enough to sit with us. All he needs to do is set up a committee. Okay, I want to break up. Okay, key reason. And those committees will start talking to us. Nigeria, it's going to be in a neutral ground. It could be any African countries, it could be Europe, it could be America. And then those communications start. And then I present the fact and reason. And as a sitting president, going to military dictate. As in the military dictatorship, civilian government power. Oluma was okay. Oda, Ama Wubai, and to fit by another 2 weeks, another 1 month. Then we call representative, and eventually we can have what they call velvet divorce. But I want to play velvet divorce here has happened before. There was no gunshot. Velvet divorce happened in one of the other countries. I lost a country and then and I don't want us to spend too much of our energy. There's a letter now that you see Tinubu. You can't focus too much on our energy on. It was okay. That's okay. Long Baba. Yeah. Wa alaikum salam.
Yes, because you are somebody that understands the way things are going. That's like putting Salaman in by that alone.
That's your concern.
So, everybody that is on it. Only pay the Batman Madonani. Our Kama Wani side come. Kama Kana Wani the other side. See our people and Mama for what the I mean, to get point in the equation. I won't pull at Mama to watch here by. We must obey, get a message there. The way people are learning from you. People are learning from you. Because I expect a time, they sort of lorry. You the man ìgbìmọ̀ kan dìde tó máa ṣètò láti bring the two sides together.
Bàbá ẹ má tẹ̀ka ẹ ní sọ alájì mo respect yín gan mo ti gbọ́ voice yín dáadáa lórí program sọ ẹ̀ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ mọ̀ kí mo sọ lè fún yín rí ẹ ní sùúrù. Addition, sir.
I think it's support kejì kẹrin tó papọ̀.
Okay.
I think it's support kejì kẹrin tó papọ̀.
Okay.
Nǹkan tí mo inú mi dùn pé ẹ sọ pé ti gbọ́ bọ́ọ̀sì mi lórí the other side. Inú mi dùn. So wọ́n ti gbọ́ bá mú jáde. Ó ní pé ìlọrin tí mo wà wọ́n rí pé everything silent.
Okay.
Mo lọ ra placard lánàá.
Okay.
Wọ́n kọ pé why everything silent? The masses are silent, the common people are silent. Everybody is smiling as if nǹkan kan wà fẹ́ sí wọn.
Okay.
Kímọ̀, wọ́n dàbí pé èmi irú yín báyìí, Professor Akintoye, àwọn kọ̀ọ̀kan ní kíní yẹn affect. The common people who are supposed
to speak out.
Come out. Yes.
Because they are not, our people are not going to come out. Our people are not going to come out. Àwọn yẹn wọ́n ní jáde nísìnyí. Because they are, our people are in abject poverty, Raji. Wọ́n ní jáde. So gbogbo bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n jáde wọ́n ní jáde. Ẹ má ìka owó ìtumọ̀ tán. Àwọn yẹn wọ́n ní jáde. Our people are living in abject poverty.
$500 and something, $600 and something. Àwọn èèyàn kà ní $700 and something. Ìyá ń jẹ àwọn èèyàn láti jáde.
Ìyá yẹn tí kò tó ó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀.
Mo kọ́kọ́ fẹ́ jẹ ara mi. Kí n jù sí Facebook, kí n jù sí Instagram, kí n jù sí everywhere. Àwọn èèyàn kan wá rí mi náà kan pé Mr. Man, if you do that, the police are not for the masses. The army are not for the masses. Our forces are not for the common man. They are for those bad people. They will take you.
Okay.
Okay, this one ni placard yẹn ti wà lọ́wọ́ mi. Wọ́n yẹra mi. 1 man battalion ṣe nǹkan yá.
Okay.
Dàbí pé kí ló dé tí wọ́n silent? Open, you are bad. Wọ́n fẹ́ sọ, but àwọn èèyàn ti lọ́wọ́ sí mi pé Mr. Man.
Okay.
Nobody will follow you. So ẹjọ́ Koiki ẹ wà ní lẹ́bù ìjọ pé inú mi dùn pé sọ pé ẹ̀gbọ́n mi di other side. Inú mi dùn.
Mo ti gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ sọ.
Ọlọ́run ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ kí n fi máa wọ́n ti sáfẹ́ ẹjọ́. Ẹnu gbogbo sọ yẹn àtẹ̀lé náà ẹ̀sìn gbẹ́jẹ̀ ló yẹ.
All right. Okay. Again, another caller this morning, just as similar to Moses. I know. Look, I tell you, I listen to. Sometimes I just fast forward, and I can pick voices of people that have called into this program in the past. And thematic is other share Koribe, other Wale Ali. Even if you decide that with Tebawasi by Fema Shebi Koiki, Bubashi and the same thing. I know that. I can play that with you. And I know Alaji, for a very long time. He hasn't gone to cost me there. Number one, there cannot be any relationship between us and Duponiti. So if anybody is waiting for that nonsense relationship, Kalopari, we are fighting now. As far as I'm concerned, even Tabata Nika who don't she go say, awareness. That's all I can see that she's doing. But that awareness is on their own side. They can do it. How many people know Global Directorate? Many know about Global Directorate. How many of us have heard about Global Directorate? Our group contemplating Global Directorate. Do you know how many town hall meetings that have done in the last 2 years? Ǹjẹ́ mọ̀ pé àwọn kan wà tán pè ní Yorùbá One Voice tó dẹ̀ ń ṣe meeting wọ́n pè mí sí meeting wọ́n rí wọ́n invite me rí but under the leadership of Iba Gani Adams ni wọ́n dẹ̀ ń ṣe tiwọn lọ. So why are we trying to go and bring Dúpọ̀ ní tìrí pẹ̀lú Bàbá Akíntóyè pé ìtọ́jọ́ ń ṣe which is not even the same? Why are we finding it very difficult to understand that? Kí Dúpẹ́ máa ṣe tó ń ṣe lọ according to tó ṣe but in táwọn sọ ni pé tó ń ṣe yẹn kò ní any authenticity kankan nínú ẹ̀. Tẹ́ ẹ̀ báyìí tí accept yẹn then it's too late. In tó ń ṣe kò look nígbà tí gbogbo àwọn media yẹn tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ kó tó di pé Dúpẹ́ breaking this relationship between us and Shoye Koribe and the rest of the other medias. So what they are doing now is that apart from where they are trying to drag everybody down to the mud, which was doing, especially Shoye Koribe, And I believe, a standard is not even up to my own. Standard, standard. Sometimes I even wonder why, one in the UK could mean anything. Standard, standard, they completely new. But what we are saying is that, this is a woman that we gave a platform to come and project the same vision that we thought we were working together. And we now realize that vision to support me, who might build the vision is a lie. And I've showed you an example. Yes, a wallet alaji. Vision to do perfect build. But I don't show on you. But actually, vision is a damaged phone. But if I show on you, my phone is phone. But unfortunately, this is the vision. So ẹ má wá síbí báyìí pé ká lọ parí ìjà pẹ̀lú iṣẹ́ Kóríbẹ̀. Tẹ́wọ̀n iṣẹ́ Kóríbẹ̀ bá get message at some point, they will tone down a little bit. Iṣẹ́ Kóríbẹ̀ and Ìjìnlẹ̀ will tone down. Gbogbo pé wọ́n build bígbà tí Ìjìnlẹ̀ fẹ́ build website rẹ̀ tí ọjọ́ website yẹn ibi Ìjìnlẹ̀ pè mí. So, and all these things are not factual. Ẹni káwọn yẹn lọ máa register fún iṣẹ́ tí kò síṣẹ́. Ẹni ẹ ti gba government when Tinubu run government lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí lẹ́sẹ̀. Whether the government is going to work or not. So gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń lọ sórí issue wọn. Let me say this, èmi gan tí mo jẹ́ spokesman Ìgbòho torí pé ọlá Ìgbòho làwa ń jẹ in terms of message and visitor. Ṣé àwọn pé kò ń ṣe gbogbo èèyàn ló ń gbọ́ program wa? Ó dà pé fi pé n tí ṣe Kóríbẹ̀ ń sọ yẹn, ẹ fi pé gbogbo UK lọ ti ń gbọ́. I don't think some of you understand, that in tá à ń ṣe mo sọ fún yín pé 2% déédéé ni gbogbo tá à ń ṣe lórí social media. Ẹ lọ wo program tí mo ṣe níjẹta gbogbo rhetorics wa tá a fi pariwo lórí social media yìí 2% ni èmi ti wo data ẹ mo ti lọ gbogbo data ẹ gbogbo wa pátápátá àti Yorùbá world media àti individual àtẹni tó ṣe Yorùbá world media gbogbo ariwo tá à ń pa lórí social media wa tá à ń ṣe Yorùbá nation 2% ni but Ìgbòho ti bá wa complete 5% ní Nàìjíríà the remaining 3%. Ni àwọn olóṣèlú yẹn nísìn òun ni part of this engagement tí bàbá tó gbé jáde nísìn ìṣẹ́dá mọ̀ pé àwọn gangan náà fẹ́ destroy pé ká má rí kankan ṣe pẹ̀lú government because báwo la ṣe fẹ́ náà fẹ́ lọ ká ní kankan ṣe pẹ̀lú government kódà tá a bá jáde sí títì tá a bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ṣe protest títí protest yẹn dípò máa dé èṣù tó máa di yán pọnyán rí a sì máa láti bá gọ́ because tani àgbáyé máa bá sọ̀rọ̀ ṣé nísìn tí àgbáyé bá fẹ́ communicate pẹ̀lú wa ṣé Dúpẹ́ Onítìrí nǹkan lọ bá sọ̀rọ̀ Dúpẹ́ Onítìrí ghost time ọ̀bí tó wà ṣe má wá sí bíbá kí a sọ fún mi pé ká lọ máa parí ìjà I'm not gonna say I'm disappointed but that views pé ká lọ parí ìjà pẹ̀lú Dúpẹ́ ọ̀la lọ fẹ́ parí ìjà pẹ̀lú I think some of you are still living in denial ẹ pípé tíṣọ ẹ Kóríbẹ̀ ń sọ lórí iṣẹ́ òun tó ń ṣe 7 hours ẹ pípé 7 hours tí Ìjìnlẹ̀ ń ṣe yẹn gbogbo tí Ìjìnlẹ̀ ń sọ kò ṣe gbogbo tọ́kì lọ tí ń gbọ́ èyí tí Ìjìnlẹ̀ ń sọ ẹ má bínú kọ́là mo ti mọ̀ pé wà ń bẹ̀ gbogbo tí Ìjìnlẹ̀ ń sọ Ìjìnlẹ̀ Marcus gbogbo tó ń sọ níkà gbogbo tó ń sọ kódà wọ́n gbọ́ ní gbogbo Istanbul gbogbo ẹni mo fi sọ mo sì bá Istanbul sọ̀rọ̀ lánàá ojoojúmọ́ ni mo communicate pẹ̀lú Turkey ojoojúmọ́ ni mo communicate pẹ̀lú gbogbo ìlú pátápátá ni mo communicate pẹ̀lú ìtẹ̀mí sọ ní UK ní bíbáyìí kò ń ṣe gbogbo UK ló gbọ́ sódà pé táwọn bá lọ ń sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn má fi pé ọ̀rọ̀ tá à ń sọ ó dìgbà tó bá dé gbòs yẹn ni ó fẹ́ dé tí CNN máa pick tí Al Jazeera máa pick tó máa penetrate òun ni the groundwork tí Ìgbòho ń ṣe lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ kó tó tó pé wọ́n lọ stop ẹ̀. èmi fẹ́ ìpadà lọ sí Nàìjíríà ó kù 10 days before the rally mo dẹ̀ sọ fún yín pé níjọ́ Saturday yẹn gangan Ìgbòho ṣì ń sọ pé olóyè ó sọ fún mi ó ní coordinator àtúnlọ sẹ́kùn mo ní náà and he listened to me tó bá yẹ pé mo fẹ́ fa èṣù lọ́yàn ni tí Ìgbòho ti sọ pé ká lọ yẹn máa ní kó yá bàbá gbogbo ẹni mo fi sọ so ó máa ń gbọ́ ntí bá sọ ni kò sí pé mo fi dẹnu ọlọ́àbàdẹ dúró tì ṣe máa wá síbẹ̀ kí wọ́n máa sọ̀rọ̀ iṣẹ́ Kóríbẹ̀ tó wọ rálì kankan ní London lè sọ pé iṣẹ́ Kóríbẹ̀ nǹkan lọ parí ìjà kò wọ rálì kankan láti ra ní ṣe rálì ẹgbọ́n sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ń wà ẹ má distract wa ọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́tà bàbá Akíntóyè ìlàgbé dání ẹ má tún gbọ́rọ̀ iṣẹ́ Kóríbẹ̀ àwọn jàgbàjà tí ìjàgbàjàgbà wá sílẹ̀ ètò nìyẹn.
inú mi dùn gan pẹ̀lú lẹ́tà tí bàbá kọ ni.
ìyẹn la fẹ́ máa gbọ́ nísìn lẹ́tà la fẹ́ gbọ́ nísìn máa yà tó ọ̀ṣẹ́ Kóríbẹ̀ tó Kóríbẹ̀ kankan.
bàbá ilé lẹ́gùn sí báyìí máa ṣe láàrin máa reference ìyá yẹn. Ṣé get me so? Because àwọn ní wọ́n ti sáárín wa láti show movement. So bàbá ṣe negotiate pẹ̀lú aṣáájú bẹ́ẹ̀ láti máa yà sọ́rọ̀ láì wọ̀n torí a ti ń la ojú àwọn èèyàn wa due to
people will get tired of that rhetoric. Let me say something. Tí bá sọ fún yín pé mo ti bá ń gba UK visa àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ ẹ mọ̀ pé kí ni the next thing tó máa wà ní mind yìí.
Màá jẹ́ fún photocopy ni o torí mo pín ìkàwé bẹ́ẹ̀ mo lọ́gbọ́n jẹ.
Kò tẹ̀ ẹ́ ṣe photocopy kò lẹ́ ní màá sọ fún yín pé má wọlé àgbà ní tẹ́ bá ti dé airport. But kí ni expectation ẹni sùúrù ẹ ti get mo fẹ́ mú bẹ́ẹ̀. Reason ẹ̀yẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ nísìnyí pé jọ ẹ fẹ́ tètè reference ẹ̀ padà sí ọ̀rọ̀ ọdún pọ̀lú tèrè ni. Tí bá ní mo ti gba UK visa fún yín nísìnyí pé ẹ máa join mi ní very soon. Nígbà wọn ni very soon yẹn máa wáyé. So tí bá ní visa wà lọ́wọ́ mi pé mo ti gba visa fún yín non-appearance tẹ̀ ní àwọn kan gba non-appearance mo ní mo ti ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀kọ́ mo ti bá yín gba ó rà mo ní passport yìí. The question tẹ máa bí mi ni pé bàbá ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ bá mi sọ yẹn ìjọ máa dé London òun lọ̀rọ̀ tó wà nílẹ̀ nísìn ọ̀rọ̀ pa máa dé London tí àwọn èèyàn mọ́jọ́ tí London máa wáyé torí wọn máa ní document ní kankan wá ní pé lọ London òfé dọ̀fẹ́ ni mo mọ̀ pé ogun yẹn wà lóòótọ́ so òun ni tó wà nílẹ̀ so within ṣebí November lọ́nà àwọn declare so gbogbo pé ìtòṣe ìṣe nísìn ó máa clear lójú àwọn èèyàn because àwọn èèyàn ní rí reality yẹn reality dẹ̀ là ń dé pẹ̀lú.
Bàbá mi ẹ má dìbò bẹ́ẹ̀ bá mọ̀ wọ́n ti rí o wọ́n ti rí ẹ má sọ̀rọ̀ yìí lọ.
So reality yẹn ó máa clear bit by bit because people want that government ti dúpẹ́ sọ yẹn wọ́n fẹ́ kó work lóòótọ́ láwọn tó ń believe láwọn tó ń believe ẹ̀ kó work but in reality kò lè happen in terms of àwọn èèyàn nìyẹn kò lè ṣẹlẹ̀.
Mr. Quick ẹ̀yẹ́ ká bí ẹ̀kọ́ bí ìwò káwọn yóò fi perspective bí wò ordinary garage èèyàn kò lè dàgbà ordinary garage no place of the nation.
Kò lè ṣe ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ gan ni pẹ̀lú ògbọ́n náà thank you so much. Kò lè sí common ground láàrin wa tí wọn ẹ má waste time ara yín pẹ̀lú wa common ground nígbà tó ń wá common ground ẹ̀ waste time ara yín ẹja focus lórí lẹ́tà takọ sí Tinubu lẹ́tà takọ sí Tinubu ló máa ignite our outcome and movement again. We do the same thing ká tó kọ lẹ́tà sí Buhari láti ń jáde and let me just take you back to ti Tinubu ló wà níwájú yẹn mo eléyìí wà together ó dẹ̀ fún mi ní concern because kò ní mọ̀ tí mo ti fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ so what I'm just gonna do is I'm just going to because mo lébẹ̀lẹ̀ èyí tí mo lébẹ̀ ó dà pé mo ti sọ mo tẹ̀ ń wá the beginning concept gbogbo ti dàrú bí màá láti print mi ni ọ̀rẹ́ ti kọ́ aṣọ síbẹ̀ yẹn alright màá print mi but let me just read this letter tí a kọ sí Buhari so I'm just gonna read it from different area because kò wá in line so kò ní jẹ́ kí n lè kà ní kíkà mo kàn fẹ́ ka ìkọ̀ tí Buhari yẹn pọ̀ gan ìdí tó dẹ̀ ṣe pọ̀ ni pé bàbá Akíntóyè smart wọ́n mọ̀ pé Fúlàní ni Buhari tàbá dẹ̀ máa ṣàlàyé nǹkan fún Fúlàní a gbọ́dọ̀ go back into the history ẹ rí pé ti Tinubu yìí 7 page péré ni so we didn't go into too much history pẹ̀lú ti Tinubu so let me just read from here 1966 General Yakubu Gowon who had only a few weeks before becoming Nigeria's military head of state made the following very deep statement. Suffice it to say, putting all consideration to test. Kako gbogbo nǹkan àkówọnú ara wọn nǹkan pè ní considerations ni political, economic, as well as social. The basis for Nigerian unity is not there. Ṣé rí pé nísìnyí pé bàbá ò ṣàlàyé yẹn fún Tinubu bẹ́ẹ̀ even though pé wọ́n reference hatred because tá bá lọ wo ibi tí bàbá ti sọ̀rọ̀ mo like ibi tí bàbá ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí sọ̀rọ̀ nípa pé à nífẹ̀ẹ́ ara wa ní Nàìjíríà. Okay, ẹ jẹ́ kí n kà níbí báyìí. So that I like it very much. Nǹkan kan wà tí ó ń fún wa ní problem ní Nàìjíríà. Nigeria stand at this moment lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ibi tí Nàìjíríà dúró lé báyìí in a devastating pain. Devastating pain. Tá bá ní devastating, ẹ jẹ́ kí n sáré lọ wá English dictionary. So tá bá sọ pé nǹkan devastating. Tá bá ní devastating. Oh yeah.
Devastating.
Again.
Devastating.
One more time.
Devastating.
Highly destructive or damaging. So the present situation of Nigeria, the same content tí bàbá send sí Buhari. Nigeria unity is not there. And let me back it up with this as well. This is all ìtàfẹ́mà fi ṣe program nìyẹn ẹ̀gbọ́n tí bàbá yìí sọ.
Thinking about how we've been having this conversation about the unity of Nigeria.
Everybody is having this conversation about the unity of Nigeria. The unity of Nigeria is a conversation that everybody at some point in our life we're going to have. Whether it is people that love APC, PDP, whether it's the people that hate AAC, Chure, at some point, everybody as a Nigerian will discuss about the unity. The Yoruba people are now in government. Ẹ̀gbọ́n tí bàbá yẹn tó fi ṣe fídíò ó ní Yoruba president. Ṣé Yoruba president ni? Darlington or whatever that guy is called. Ó ní òun ra 5 litre ní 5,000 naira, 1,000 naira per litre. But he's already referencing the president of Nigeria to Yoruba president. Is he a Yoruba president? No. Apart from where we are all asking for our right, if Nigeria was a country that is united, if Nigeria was a country that has love, if Nigeria was nobody will reference Tinubu as a Yoruba president. We will reference him as a Nigerian president. But today, everybody is referencing him as a Yoruba president. And the letter that we wrote to Buhari stated clearly in 1966, just 6 years after the Nigerian independence. 6 years after the Nigerian independence, Yakubu Gowon, who had only a few weeks before becoming the Nigerian military head of state, the same Yakubu Gowon, the bomb bastard, is now saying that the little fracas that happened in 1967, and if you go and look at the Nigel Farage that I was playing right now, says that the UK government have not apologized for locking me into the house for 2 years. I couldn't go and see my mom. Everybody was locked in. We were just doing everything, online. We were doing Zoom. We were doing that. But today, they have not apologized. But what we are saying is, even the Nigerian country has not apologized to the Biafra war. Almost 30 years ago. What should celebrate the remembrance only May 30? Always a day before my birthday. They have not apologized to the. So are we saying now that we should not apologize to the Biafra people? Is that right? That the Biafra people must not be having what they call an official federal government remembrance day, whether it was purposely or unpurposely, and you still want. So the unity is not there. We don't have that unity. And it is stated from the Baba Akintoye. It is stated in what Jonathan is saying here. It is still stated in the letter to Tinubu that says Nigeria stand at this moment. Lower by. Forget about the afeferi that is going on in Nigeria. Afeferi. Everybody just every day. You go to Oshodi now. Everybody they shout bye. Bend and select and bend or whatever. You go to Anambra, they're doing their own thing. You go to Akwa Ibom, you go to the River Niger, the River Rhine area where there is crude oil. You see those warlord Ijaw people where they, determine whether government will collect crude oil today or they blow the pipeline. So the unity is not there. Go and listen to Asari Dokubo. Asari Dokubo said in Abuja that he has known Tinubu for since 1992, and he expects Tinubu to take us back to at exactly what Nigeria was in the 1960s. But Baba Akintoye also referenced something to the 1959. I have told you continuously. So let's go back to Baba Akintoye to reference 1959. There was something he referenced to in 1959. Like I said, my job is to break down as many of these, statements. I'm just looking for the 1959. There's something Baba talked about 1959. Yeah. So 1959. So let me highlight that again. So something happened in Nigeria of today. It is particularly noted that all the electoral cycles, including the concluded one, that they are saying that Tinubu win, that everybody knows that it was not Tinubu that won that election, but let's just agree that he won the election according to INEC, okay? But it is not today that they've been giving us these controversies surrounding election, and it has never resolved our problem. Let's leave this guy and come back. There's something. Let's go back to Harold Wilson. But Harold Wilson, can I find Harold Wilson? Where is he quickly? Harold Wilson. Because Harold Wilson told us clearly. Okay, let me see if I can bring him into this video here. I hope I saved him as Harold Wilson. H. Yeah. Let's listen to this guy, or this man. He's dead now. He died in 2007. He told us the background of what took place before the election of 1960. It was a complete shambles. The British knew what they were doing, and they did it very smartly. Let's listen to this.
Hello, and Mrs. Carol Smith. Welcome to the program. Thank you. May I say how delighted we are to be on Passion. We look forward to
speaking to an African television station for decades. This is something we have looked forward to for such a long time, and we are so happy to be here.
Thank you. Mr. Aaron Smith was a young, bright, and principled Oxford University graduate who was recruited by the Colonial Office and posted to Nigeria. He took his final examination a year ahead of his class. He also married Mrs. Carol Smith, whom he met while they were both at Oxford University. Together they went to Nigeria, where they had their 2 children. Mr. Aaron Smith, you were featured in a program recently by BBC Radio 4,
yes.
Titled Document, yes. And that was hosted by Mr. Mike Thompson.
Yes.
You are alleged that the British government rigged the first and most important election in the history of Nigeria
in 1959.
Let's pause it there. Let's pause it there before we hear whether Harold Wilson confirm yes or no. Now, this same letter that this intelligent man that they have abused, they call different names, is now referencing back to what Harold Wilson said. Let me read what Baba Akintoye said before we hear whether Harold Wilson confirm it or not. Because maybe you don't believe Baba Akintoye. You might believe the Oyibo man, because this man worked in Nigeria. He worked in Nigeria during the colonial rule in 1950. Now, let's hear what Baba Akintoye said at page 2. Page 2 will mean that Baba print the letter and that. If you don't print it, you might not get it like that. But if you want to be studying it, you want to highlight it, you got to print it like journalists and then highlight areas around it, just like Entofilo exam. Because exam actually say, this is the way forward. We are now talking to Tinubu and say, look, Tinubu, look, whatever your take is in Nigeria, we understand. But we, the Yoruba people, have made up our mind. We don't want to be part of Nigeria, and we don't want to fight. We want to negotiate our way out. How this negotiation will start is entirely up to TINU to set up a committee, and that committee start talking to us on a neutral ground, not in Nigeria. It is particularly noteworthy that not one global electoral cycle, every single, and we cannot complete this today, so because I'm going to wind down now, because there will be some noise coming up now. We have, so much noise that I will end the program. But like I said, this is a conversation that will continue. So in case I say we're stopping, just bear that at the back, because we've done 3 hours already. It is particularly noteworthy that all the electoral cycle from 1999 to date, from 1959 to 1999, every one of them have cycles under the successfully fraudulent constitution. Even the 1957-58 constitution that was drafted in UK, the constitution that we used in 1957-58, going into independence in 1960, UK not drafted. The constitution that Nigeria started with was drafted in UK. Imagine they gave us what we are going to use to run our own country. And I did a program about that. Even some of our members, our representatives, never knew what they were drafting for us. Imagine the British was drafting a constitution on our behalf. They knew what they were doing. They were very smart. And after that, Baba Akintoye went on. Successfully fraudulent constitution. How are you? You okay? What do you want? The fraudulent constitutions of Nigeria since 1959. Now let's go back and listen to the question the journalist is asking Aaron Smith. And I've put this video out so many times. I'm going to put it out again today. Let's hear what Aaron Smith said after he was asked, did the British rig the first ever election in Nigeria? Because if the answer is yes, that means the Nigeria that you are thinking of failed from the day one. It's as simple as that. But I won't answer on his behalf. Let's hear what he has to say.
Am I correct?
Yes.
He said yes. The journalist say, am I correct? You heard him say yes. But let's hear a little bit further.
How long were you in Nigeria for?
From 1955 to 1960.
So he was in Nigeria from 1955 to 1960. What do you want? Okay. Which one? No, you don't want to use that one anymore. That's your phone. Why are you pointing to my own phone? Chicken monkey. So for you, the bad phone on the phone because of my. So nobody can now tell I was not born in 1955, but this man was in Nigeria working for the British. Can we say he's lying? Can we say that Aaron Smith was lying? British government. So you that you are now thinking that you will get election in December or in February to work, you cannot, because the first one was rigged to favor the North. But the only difference now is they rigged this one to favor Tinubu, because Tinubu already favored Buhari. That is in the letter that Baba Akintoye stated here. And let me take it back again. Exactly 8 years ago, you, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, with your energetic, sincere, and dedicated Onowo Onora Buhari Kodeshe. Buhari try. Koni capacity. Buhari thought he can use the North to come in as a. Imagine if Buhari came in without Tinubu. Oh my God. Even though he came with Tinubu, look at what he did for 8 years. Now, think about it, Mokinke Dollar. Thank you so much, my brother, Mr. Richard. It's been a long time, and I hope the family are doing very well. These are people that we've known, with the diaspora and Nigeria community. Imagine that if Buhari came to government without the support of Tinubu. Have you ever thought about that? When he came in, he was able to get that presidency under CPC. I'm telling you, Tinubu will not be able to get the power as he has able to get it now. But so Buhari tried, but he could not get the southwest. He got the north because they are animals. Go and look at the video of Buhari in Daula and see how they are celebrating him, glorifying him. They have the right because he's part of the cow. Because Buhari told you all, you are all animals. And maybe I should remind you that again, some of you idiots trying to save Nigeria. Buhari told you we animals, and this is how he said it.
I congratulate fellow Nigerians who have realized their power, that their votes count. I'm looking forward to tomorrow to fly to my base and go back to my cows and sheep, which are much easier to control than fellow Nigerians.
That is the reference, Buhari. So everyone that is saying that I'm in Nigeria, you are a cow. Let's come back to Aaron Smith. This man lived in Nigeria for 5 years before you were born. And you are now telling us that you're better off to know what this man knows. He died. Only God knows how he died. He died in 2007 for 5 years. And maybe you don't think that Buhari, because we can't hear what Buhari is saying properly. He's a full animal. Buhari sometimes speaks, we cannot get his message clearly because he's speaking from that Fulani language. But the language that you probably get properly maybe is this one.
I live in the zoo, babu. I saw you.
At least that one is a bit more clearer because Yoruba ló ń fi bá wa gbé jáde. So what is the difference? Zazu sọ pé zoo, Buhari sọ pé cow. Ngolonko cow náà sí tẹ́lẹ̀. Tó bá dé zoo, àbá cow níbẹ̀. So a lot of you that are saying you are Nigerians, you are a cow living in the zoo. Let's come back to Aaron Smith. Baba Akintoye told us clearly. The first election, if the British have allowed that election to go without any rigging, maybe today, Nigeria would have developed at a pace that we can now say, we want to break, but no, let's still remain as a regional government or whatever it is. But the British knew what they were doing. They were very, very smart. Don't give the power to Yoruba people. Give them the power, you will lose control. Give them the power, they will also maybe marginalize others or they will respect others. Oh, don't give to the Igbo people. The Igbo people have agenda. They will make sure they can even fight into Yoruba territory. Give it to Hausa people, but make sure that you use Fulani to overthrow them. And in 1,000 years, according to Chief Toladini, you will never be able to work with the Fulanis. So some of you that are looking at me today are thinking we are crazy. You are the one that are crazy because Nigeria is never going to work. It is a deliberate act. These images you are looking at were all taken some almost 1.5 hours or less. If I went at the bus to Lancaster House, I just sent the Buckingham Palace. This was where they were discussing the preparation to hand over from the colonial rule to a self-independent country. But what they never told us was they were cooking something underneath that will rig the election. So if you are saying that Tinubu rigged the election, Election has been rigged from day one. The reason why Tinubu has to rig that election because Buhari wanted to assault him, and Tinubu said, "To rig it, we will destroy this country together." But today he has come and say, "I am Nigerian president. I'm not going to allow Nigeria to break." But we will communicate with him. We will negotiate with him. We will continue that negotiation. And if that negotiation doesn't work, I want you to go and look at the history of the IRA and the British. You will get the message. So if some of you don't understand what we are fighting for, the British knew from day one. Let's go back to Harold Goldsmith as he was giving us the breakdown. 5 years he lived. Some of you are not been and thought about it being in 1955. Do the programming. Don't come and tell me what I'm saying is not what I should be saying, because you are so stupid, because you should know better that this man is much more intelligent than you, Momo Nigerians. He lived for 5 years in Nigeria. He saw everything that they were doing not to favor every single region. Let's go back to Aerosmith. I'm going to stand up for a while so that I can stretch my leg. I'll come back in a minute.
I was on the staff of the Department of Labour. I was largely occupied with employment problems, all the employment exchanges, and statistics, and international reports, and was kept pretty busy. I was also stationed in Lagos in charge of the capital and the port. I was the port labour officer as well, and I also devised a port labour scheme and later a social security scheme, which was one of the first in Africa, which guaranteed workers some income after they'd finished work. It was a providence scheme. As I say, it was called the National Providence Scheme, and I was very proud to have put that on the statute book.
I was going to ask you what your role is. You've mentioned 3 important. Is there any particular name given to your office while you were there?
Just Labour officer.
I was a Labour officer, a senior civil servant.
Okay.
I only intended to stay in Lagos initially for 2 tours of duty. Although because of this conflict with the elections, there were difficulties. Actually, government wouldn't let me leave the civil service. They were determined that I should stay in the civil service.
As at the time he was talking about the civil service, that civil service was controlled by the colonial power. So in Toshinekwe, they appoint different people in different regions to help them control Nigeria, because Nigeria was already Nigeria in 1914. But even while Nigeria was Nigeria in 1914, the British did not allow us to control our resources. Do you know that? They gave us Nigeria, but they were still controlling the resources up until when the British flag came down in 1960 and the Nigerian flag went up. But what they now did was, okay, now that we have been given a country, let's just walk quietly under it. And when the Biafra said that we are going in 1967, the British knew that there will be a problem ahead. Maybe you might want to listen to this as well, so that we can just put it on record again as usual. Today is the 3rd of June 2023. My name is Olami Koiki and this is Koikimedia. Go and wait for Nigeria. Nigeria kill every single one of you at the appropriate time. This is Dr. Ugu.
They wanted to be separate from the country that the British Empire had imposed on us.
They wanted to be separated from the country that the British imposed on every one of us. Save Nigeria, save your Nigeria for your house. I pity a lot of you. But we're going to do a project in Nigeria. Go and do a project in Nigeria. That project will fail because that project will not only even work in the southwest, it is not even going to work in the other side. It's a project. Keep that project together, and that's what they've been doing. And they were playing everybody's mind. Go and do democracy. Democracy is going to help you and sort out all our problems. Let's go back to Dr. Ugu.
which was this country, Nigeria, where they kind of took a bunch of independent nations.
Just took a bunch of people and put us together, and that is what Baba Akintoye referenced back here as well. I think I saw somewhere that Baba Akintoye talked about it. 1 minute. We stand at a grave moment when they will be able to conquer nation. Is still killing, maiming, destroying, still seeking to make Nigeria the bloodiest war zone of the African continent. So Buhari opened the borders. We hope Tinubu will be able to start closing that borders. But what about those that have already infiltrated and inside? And we have them. You think it's only those that carry guns? We have them, the Dangotes, the Rabiu, and some of your Yoruba people and the Igbos. So what they've done is, they know that the game is changing. There's a lot of noise coming out from outside the country. There's more technology. They can't stop what we are doing, and they can never stop it. And if they stop it, I can be doing my audio and put it out there. I can record 1 hour audio and put it out. People will listen to it, even if they shut down all the social media space. But as long as I live in this country where we are not operating as a terrorist, I will still be granted my right to speak. And that right will not be stopped because we are not discussing terrorism. We are discussing what the UN said that is in their own resolution. Not the UN that some of you idiot Yoruba people are saying, the UN camera is all over Nigeria. The UN camera, no, it doesn't work like that. Mumu people. Camera made of Nigeria, with the lies. And then our people are start calling. You can see. I listen to them, and you can then start thinking that, so you want me now to degrade myself to share Oribe and Chile. Put a bunch of people together and then call us a country. And today everybody's excited. Hey, green, white, green. Hey, do you see you either? That girl we don't do Guinness World Record. She can't go chop dog. Now they're saying that the dog we should chop the problem more because they know they chop dog for outside though. How can you a celebrity go say you chop dog? Everybody's condemning her, but they forget that we have a culture. But when the Oyibo people brought out the stone during the king coronation, nobody asked that. Nobody asked, but because the girl is eating dog, they say dog lover don't like the dog. But when King Charles was doing the coronation here in London, everybody saw the stone. Nobody asked, what is the purpose of this stone? Is a ritual. What is the essence of this stone? Let's go back to Dr. Ogu.
Who don't have anything to do with each other, don't speak each other's language, don't relate.
We don't even speak each other's language. The hatred. And that is what Baba Akintoye referenced again in page. Baba Akintoye went on to talk about the hatred among us. People think we love each other. Hey, we don't marry each other, but there's too much hatred among us. Some people will call and say, hey, I have Yoruba friend. No, you hate Yoruba people. Don't come and say you have Yoruba friend. It's all lies. The hatred. Everybody's just looking for where to hammer each other. And the same goes vice versa. So Baba Akintoye talked about the hatred. I think is at the beginning of, yes, I got it now. Let me also highlight that. Go and stay in one Nigeria where you hate the Igbos hate the Yoruba, the Kanuri hate the Hausa hate the Fulani, the Benue. Everybody hate each other. Hatred fill our bottom in our stomach. Everybody's just managing it. We all live in deceit. We are all liars. You think the German love the British? Oh, you think the British people love the German? You think the French people love the British citizen? They hate each other. And that's why they're called nations. So that they will decide if a British citizen traveled to France, he will respect their culture. He will respect them. The same thing goes if they come here as well. as highly prospective leader of another African country remarked recently, the nations of Nigeria hate one another. Hate one another. We hate each other. And we all live in denial. Why, that man, no, he shake on your feet hand like that. You saw that video now. But we forgot that he also has his own culture. His culture is different from Yoruba culture. His culture. So you want that man to dobale for Ooni of Ife because he's Ooni of Ife. Shey we know the civil Momodu dey shake Ooni of Ife. We don't see Femi Otedola dey shake Ooni of Ife. If Ooni sit in his palace and no move, anything they want to do, let them bring it to the palace. It doesn't need to be anywhere. But because he's now saying we are now Yoruba people, we are modernizing our culture. I saw him yesterday. I was so excited. I'm still going to play that video where he was doing our tradition under Shinaf. Sorry, I'm working here. Yeah, call him Juju, call him anything. It's our culture. We love it like that. And I was very pleased when I saw Ooni of Ife yesterday or Jaja the second. You know me do. But the only thing Timo will happen is the environment is stink. I can see Ooni trying to get his BMW into that area. I could see the gutters. I could see everywhere. But imagine if that road was tar, and then I can have an helicopter, koikimedia. We can be projecting that and be showing that to the world. Sell our heritage and culture out there. Not telling us, hey, we are Christian, we don't do this, so bomb bastard. We definitely going. As highly prospective leader of another African country remarked recently, the nations. S is not one nation. Nigeria is not a nation. Bunch of nations, like Dr. Ugu said. Put everybody together, call them Nigeria, and then everybody lives fake life and say we are Nigeria. From Brasta. Of Nigeria. We hate one another, and the hatred has steadily escalated since independence, because some Yoruba people believe that Ojukwu or this or Agunlozi destroyed the regional government, and people of those views are still out there, the Yoruba people, and they will never forgive some of these people. So the hatred has been there, but nobody talked about how the British put this hatred by giving us a false narrative. Let's go back quickly again and listen back to Aaron Smith.
And I was offered very considerable incentives, including a knighthood, to stay and work for government. Primarily this was because I had access to state secrets. I learned, and the Governor General himself confirmed this to me, that the elections were rigged, contrived. The intention was that the North should rule Nigeria. People come. You had him there saying that it was a deliberate reason to keep the North in power by making sure that they rigged the first ever election. Awolowo was wondering, where is all the people that wanted to vote? Because they went to campaign in the North. They don't see people now. And that is how today they will still tell you the North has the population, knowing fully well that that was rigged. The census of 1958-59 was rigged to favor the North. And today they still tell us that they control the majority. And there's some Yoruba people, educated, PhD, master. They say, I don't want to get involved in this Yoruba nation. I am not into grammar. I am not interested in Yoruba nation because this Yoruba nation, I don't even understand what they are doing. You will never understand. Why T.R. Akintoye sọ̀rọ̀ nípa tó ṣẹlẹ̀ before 1960? Why is it that it is about the destruction of the Igbos that destroyed the regional government? Ìyẹn la máa ń tẹnu mọ́. And you can tell from some of our medias as well, they focus too much on that. Maybe be about more background in tó ṣẹlẹ̀ before. I don't think some of them even understand it. Every time they keep telling us, hey, it's about the regional government was destroyed by Agunlozi and that. But nobody talked about why did the British, which Baba Akintoye stated as well here, 1959 election was rigged. So nobody wants to talk about that. We leave that one. We're going to be talking about, the regional government was destroyed. So has the country not been destroyed from day one? The country has been destroyed from day one because the unity was taken away by the British.
Let's come back again to my sister, Dr. Ugu. Everybody will go and live together in that so country called Nigeria. My name is Olami Koiki. We will end this program in just half an hour. So by 9 o'clock UK time, I need to wind down. So do some other things. Let's go back to Dr. Ugu. We cannot finish it in one day, like I said.
Many of them were even enemies of warring at the time.
We were even enemies. Are we not enemies till date? Mukim Pastor Mo. Arole Odua Moke. Are we not enemies? We are still enemies. And we will remain enemies if we remain in Nigeria. Because the Igbos have their own agenda. The Yoruba too have their own agenda. Everybody has an agenda. The only reason now is that the Yoruba is the president. So his agenda will be, let's first secure ourselves. If Peter Obi got there as well, he will do it the same thing. You think Peter Obi will get there, we'll go and take a Yoruba man to be chief of army staff, or the chief of, we don't even know. I want Tinubu to even change all this bastard security that is there now. But for now, it's still balancing situation. Give middle belt to SGF. Give Bajabi Fuyasadre. So that if Tinubu doesn't remember anything, Bajabi Amila will say, no. This is what we're saying. You think it's not smart. So you expect Tinubu to go and bring an Igbo man to come and be his second in command where he will be seeing everything. No, he doesn't. If Peter Obi was there as well, Peter Obi would do the same thing. Che Buhari will do the same thing. So that's why we can never be one. We will never be one. So if you are looking for unity, forget that. There is no unity among us. So you want Tinubu to go and bring El Rufai to come and be there as a chief of army, chief of Kilotefun, Bajabi Amila. Chief of staff. Do you know the job of the chief of staff? The chief of staff see the itinerary of Tinubu every blessed day for the next 8 years. Just as Buhari was doing the same thing. The chief of staff, Eshejari, Arole Odudua. So you expect Tinubu to go and appoint an evil man and put there as a chief of staff. You think he's even if he's taking drugs, you think he's going to be as stupid as that? At least his wife is still a little bit sharp. Tinubu is not going to allow that. So that is part of what we are saying. But we will negotiate with him, we will sit down with him, we will talk to him. And that is the letter that Akintoye has presented to government. Yoruba nation, what the end does it in Tinubu? They don't understand anything. Some of them don't understand how things works around the world. If you go and listen to all these Shoya Koribe, I'm sure Shoya Koribe, any coach they go for metro paper will be. So you go and listen to somebody like that, and then I'm disappointed in some of our callers this morning. So you want me to go to the level of Shoya Koribe when we thought that we can work together from the media perspective until this woman came in and said, this woman is also Shoya Koribe Ashiri don't wa. Don't bastard. Do you think that the UK government will reveal all their secrets to everybody? You think the American will reveal their... Some of those things are declassified. Why do you think America is upset when the last young military guy released files? Do you know that the guy released the files of America in a gaming environment? Gaming release, do you know how damaging that is for America? So Saudi Arabia will now be reading, so in America, so even if we have things, does it mean that everything we have to put out there? So you want me, you think both so you want me to come out here and be revealing secret because we are doing Yoruba nation? Does the British government reveal secret for me? Does the American government reveal their secret? But they are talking about secret every day, and Yoruba people, bomb bastard, they are so excited. They want to see all the secret. And some of them live abroad. And you wonder, are these people normal? Rishi Sunak is there now. You think Rishi Sunak is going to tell you all the secret? Does that mean that Rishi Sunak is swear allegiance with anybody? No. He's protecting the interest of the country called UK against the country where his forefathers is from, which is Pakistan or India. Bomb bastard. The joke with them, and you come here, you come and compare me with that nonsense, jagbajantis. èèyàn tó ní iota of understanding of nǹkan tá à ń ṣe gan sẹ mo sọ fún yín pé ebi àlàjì yàn mọ̀ pé mo mọ̀ káwọn pèsè oṣooṣù ẹ̀kọ́ rí bẹ́ẹ̀ gbogbo yín ni mo máa ń gbọ́ yín mo ka kọ́mẹ́ǹtì níbẹ̀ so when you come here I can then know how I can able so don't come here and say ká lọ parí ìjà pẹ̀lú ìjà ọ̀làǹjà let's go back here.
Smushed them all together and drew these arbitrary lines around them.
And that line is what this Tinubu is now telling us. Tinubu is now saying to Koiki, you are fighting for Yoruba nation, Baba Akintoye. You know, you are even redesigning the map. The map has always been there from day one. Mokiri Yami Olajumoke. Ashiwaju, Felix, they have tried now. They are looking for who to join Baba Akintoye, and we don't mind them anymore. So you and totally understanding anything. And we can understand, that doesn't mean she's illiterate, but she's just not getting the message. Àtìgbà country. Ẹgbọ́n tíjì rẹ̀ náà máa sọ, àti take over, àtìgbà mọ́lùdún radio station, ó jókòó sínú tọ́kì bẹ́ẹ̀. Ṣé tọ́ba máa ṣe nígbà tó fẹ́ overthrow ní Erdogan? I think it was about some few years ago, or some few years. I think Erdogan was outside the country. Lọ́fi ṣe kú fún. Ó dẹ̀ di ó pa gbogbo wọn dànù ni. Gbogbo wọn ló dé pẹ̀lú gbogbo àwọn tó fi plan kú yẹn. And he will still remain their president because he doesn't want to be the puppet of the West. Ó dẹ̀ sọ fún West pé tẹ́ẹ̀ bá wà kíáfò ó máa ṣí bọ́dà sílẹ̀. Tó bá ṣí bọ́dà Turkey sílẹ̀ gbogbo UK pátápátá ló máa wà flooded pẹ̀lú àwọn refugees. Fẹ́ distract wa àwọn tó mọ bí kan ṣe ń lọ. Ẹ wá sí program kálọ̀ máa yanjú ẹ̀. Ẹni tó bá fẹ́ gbọ́ program wọn sọ pé wọ́n máa ń ṣe adult movie. Ó wà lórí social media abẹ́lẹ̀ rà lórí online. Kẹ́ máa fi pàrọ̀ rẹ̀ kẹ́ kúrò lórí Yorùbá nation. Àwa jókòó sórí ẹ̀. We are not going anywhere. Mo sọ fún pé mi ò níṣẹ́ mi. Iṣẹ́ tí mo gbà dání lélẹ̀. So I'm not going to go a little bit too much now because we've done too much already. So let me just wind down. Like I said, I will reference back to any of my videos linking it with Baba Akintoye conversation. If you have not listened to the beginning of the program, we are dealing with the letter to Tinubu. Tinubu is a Yoruba man. I might not agree with him. I might call him all names, but he's a Yoruba man. Does not mean that I never negotiate pẹ̀lú ẹ̀. Ṣé British ní kí n lọ negotiate pẹ̀lú British tó fún mi níwèé fún 14 years? Ṣé o mọ̀ pé British wicked nìyẹn? Ṣé ọdún ìgbà tó bá sọ fún ẹni? Ṣé o mọ̀ pé British wicked? Wọ́n dẹ̀ ṣe wicked náà lọ ṣe tó dáa, so wọ́n mọ ibi tó dá sí. So ẹ̀yin yẹn wá, mo kí gbogbo ọlẹ́ǹkan sí ẹ̀yìn kí n wo dáadáa kan tó máa lọ. So this is my own project for talking about in the next few weeks and month. Mo kí gbogbo ọlẹ́ǹkan sí odò agbéwà. So let me just appreciate everyone that have joined us this morning. Let's go, mo kí ẹ oní ìjìnlẹ̀ is the worst thing I know. Ìjìnlẹ̀ tó ní kí gbò wá dá gbogbo owó padà lẹ́nu ẹ̀. And we've worked together, kó tẹ̀ tó lé pé gbogbo ìyá ní tìrìtẹ̀. Some very, very sensitive area tí kò ṣe máa discuss lórí social media. Kó wá dáwó padà. Ó fowó jó gẹ̀lẹ̀dẹ̀ ni. Unbelievable. So let me come back to my full screen and take off all the back end so that, happy Saturday as we start the weekend. Thank you once again to every one of you. We called you, you responded, in the little that you can. We say thank you so much, and we love every one of you. Let me appreciate those of you. The English practice self-preservation. I don't know what really to do. Wọ́n fẹ́ ká bá Tinubu jáde lẹ́ni ìyẹn ní gbogbo àwọn ọmọ Ayọ̀ Brown àwọn gbogbo àwọn tó ń sọ jágbàjàgbà yẹn Baba Akintoye kó wọn lọ sí 2023 náà ṣé 2022 ni onítìrì sí wa òun ò tí ì dé 2023 mo kẹ́yìn wọn tó tún wà ń bẹ̀ jàre ẹ̀yin tèmi lórí Mixlr yẹn kọ́kọ́ kí àwọn tèmi lórí Mixlr mo jẹ́rìí aláwọ̀ bàbá àwọn ẹ̀kẹ́ jókòó tì mí comment plan B you even need higher tempo self this time thing no be play. People don't understand that. Sometimes I just look at our people. It's easy for you, and easy for them because I have to go out every day I know they cannot kidnap me anymore now that Buhari is gone, but I still have to be very careful. Because Buhari was ready to kidnap anybody. I'm sure Tinubu cannot go and say, call kidnap Koiki. Omo Yoruba ni now. At the time, Sirawa, no money. Does that mean that I hate? Most of the people hate Tinubu. And on my APC, more hate him. I have told you that. But it may be so affair, you know, a more risky to one ben. I mean, I don't look at my shoulder because we just face slow down because the woman just slept this morning. Oh, she had rat 11 morning. Boba Sassini Kone Wale. That's over 12. Which is 4 hours non-stop. If you then soon locate me, you know that Bromo Jila energy. Then for 1 hour to put to my shit up, but you soon and was silent and with the 250 me disturb anything. Boba financial semi Kone Wale. So I'm not wasting my time. Come and tell us, Kalo ma be mo kini. I feel sile. So Kalo wa be mo kin ya re mo kẹ́yìn gbogbo èèyàn mo ojú be yan àgbàlagbà le Yorùbá. Yeah, mo ní mo fẹ́ show bàbá wa ẹ ti gbàgbé ran mi létí gose. Mo ní mo fẹ́ show bàbá wa Ọọ̀ni of Ifẹ̀. I was so happy when I saw that, you know. I wish we can do. Then I'm going to talk about the velvet. Later I'll be coming up with different areas. So itibaso le ni koni masolola. Especially when I'm using the software, if I'm not doing no showing me Babami on your FIFA, even though we know that we will not long try to protect the interest of TINU, which is you know understandable for them, but it's not understandable for us. So more video now, Christian. Let me show you this. But this is Nigeria situation. Wàhálà mi pọ̀ gan lórí social media náà gbogbo ọ̀gbọ́pọ̀ ẹ̀wọ́ ẹ̀ ní mo máa ń gbọ́ àwọn blogging kékeré kọ̀ọ̀kan náà sometimes akọ́lọ̀ gbọ́ nǹkan tó ń sọ especially tó bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ Ìgbòho àwọn òkèké ló ń sọ àwọn tí wọ́n ní Ìgbòho àwọn tí sọ ṣe gbègbè ní Ìgbòho ni mo ní this is Nigeria ẹ bá bèrè ẹ̀ta wà lórí Instagram you are not seeing the images because mo projecting sorry screen mo sorry gan láàárọ̀ mo ní this is Nigeria àbí. Ìyàwó àdé bàbá ìwàlẹ̀ ẹ̀pọ̀ kí ló tún gbàtà sórí social media fún báyìí ilé wàhálà nìyẹn ó ṣáà like wàhálà abẹ́rẹ́ Nàìjíríà àtàgùngùn Nàìjíríà ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ wo èmi lélẹ́yìí o ṣé mo fine ọmọ tó dùn lórí London train station pẹ̀lú Ìgbòho àwọn ìbọn ẹ̀ máa ń wò mí ni pé ká ní bọ̀bọ̀ ìkẹ́ oríṣiríṣi ara ni máa ń dá lórí train o. Lẹ́ǹkọ̀ọ̀kan màmá padà àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá mi lọ́ba rí irú aya gbójú dànù pé Koiki ní wàhálà. Níbo la Kérédolú wà kọ́lọ̀ bá ń fún lálàáfíà wọn ló ti gbé gbogbo Oǹdó lọ báyìí ìyá mi gbé mi lékè àti mọ́mí wa kan fọ́ tí bọ́lẹ̀ wa gọ́vnà yìí ti gbé kọ́kọ́rọ́ Oǹdó state lọ báyìí wọn ló sick gan kọ́lọ̀ kó fún lálàáfíà. Oh my God mo ti gbọ́ bọ̀bọ́ yìí láàárọ̀ ẹ̀gbọ́n mi èyí tó ń sọ̀sìn. Mo fẹ́ play ti Kábíyèsí Ọọ̀ni of Ifẹ̀ olele. I mean, I was so happy when I saw this. I'm going to fast forward it a little bit. Ibi tí bàbá no kò tẹ́tí lè dúró ìlú kan tá fẹ́ kí Kábíyèsí máa ṣe ni ẹ wo tí Kábíyèsí ṣe mìíràn. I was very happy. Ẹ má bínú ìtawà lórí Instagram pé mo lè ṣe òun nípa tí mo lè rí rẹ̀ I'm sorry but culture wa lélẹ̀ mo jẹ́ pé ká máa ní àbẹ̀yẹ kó òyìnbó náà bá ń ṣe kí mùsùlùmí kan máa sọ fún wa pé bá ń ṣe ẹbọ ni kí ló ń jẹ́ pé ẹbọ. I was happy when I saw this video nínú mi dùn gan mo dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn tó rí kọ́lẹ̀ ìtẹ̀wá ìmájí tó bá yẹ pé ẹ wo àwọn ilé yẹn ó yẹ ká ti develop bẹ̀ yẹn ká wá fi bíbá ilé ẹ̀ bó ṣe wà ìkọ̀sí bíbá gangan ló máa jẹ́ heritage site gbogbo ilé yẹn ó yẹ kó ti sọ́ di nǹkan tó dáa ẹ wo gbogbo ilé yẹn ilé páànù inú mi dùn gan máa ti mo rí fídíò yẹn Ọlọ́run I was very happy irú nǹkan tó yẹ ká máa project síta lélẹ̀ ẹni sùn kò ń ṣe kí àwọn church máa sọ fún wa pé àwọn nìkan làwọn special no àwa la lélẹ̀ nǹkan tiwantiwa lélẹ̀ Governor Keredolu, he has been talking about on the issue of the 1999 constitution. But ó sick nísìn, Ọlọ́run fún lálàáfíà because òun ló máa lè wá bá Tinubu jà lórí 1999 constitution yẹn. Kó má tẹ̀yẹ pọ̀ tẹ̀tí náà bàbá yẹn ní kọ̀ọ̀mọ̀ sí. Kọ́mọ̀ trust and politicians yẹn. Kọ́ má rí pa Keredolu ló máa fi wá, you know, mo kí ìyàwó Mary Ayẹni. So when I saw this, I was very, very excited. You know, Kolomba wa pẹ̀lú kábíyèsí wa. You know, we want them to be doing more of this, but you know, it would have been nice if we have an helicopter shoot. You know, it's all about the Cherry Oyinbo. What they are selling to the world is the PR. What man shake it, but ṣé wàá mọ̀ pé ṣé tó Oyinbo lẹ́yìn sọ ni ẹ̀jẹ̀ sáré fún wa ní fídíò yìí. Pé mi àti àwọn staff mi wọ́n fún mi ní oríṣiríṣi information gan. Wọ́n sẹ́ndì royal wedding kan sí mi ní àná, ìyẹn wife mi, choreography wedding yẹn le jù. But tàbá wo wedding yẹn nísìn Arab country ní ọ̀ṣun lẹ̀ ṣe gbogbo ẹlẹ́ni ẹ wo wedding ni ẹ wòran ẹ̀yin ẹ má bínú ìtàbà lórí bí àmì sọ́ọ̀rì kan ẹ jẹ́ ká wo wedding ẹ jẹ́ rẹ̀ yíṣu ariwo ìjọpọ̀ torí àwọn olùkóso ẹ wòran ẹ wo choreography yẹn ẹ wòran kábíyèsí lódùmarè royal bride formation wọn ní Arab country ni wọ́n ní sìn ẹ wo ìgbẹ́ ẹ̀rọ tó ṣe wọn sílẹ̀ àwọn mùsùlùmí tọ̀rọ̀ tiwa ẹ máa fi para yín torí ẹ̀sìn ẹ̀yin wèrè tí yà ń jẹ ẹ lọ́ máa wọ ṣòkòtò lábúlábú ẹ wo àwọn ilé ìlú sìn ẹ wo bó ṣe wọn sílẹ̀ wọn nítorí pé Arab country ni wọ́n ẹ wo formation yẹn ẹ ṣáà rí pé Arab country ni irú nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ kí ẹ wo bíbá ẹni sì kẹ́ wá fi compare bí tí bàbá wa ò ní lọ ẹ wo yàtọ̀ yìí ló ṣe wà mo fẹ́ kí bí ọtọ́ mi lọ yìí mo fẹ́ kó wà develop ẹ jẹ́ ká fi eléyìí sílẹ̀ fún náà kọ́ni tó débẹ̀ mo fẹ́ padà sẹ́yìn díẹ̀ nígbà tí mọ́tò yẹn ń bọ̀ mọ́tò yẹn struggle ẹgbẹ́ máa wò nígbà tí mọ́tò yẹn ń bọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká wo bẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí ẹ wo mọ́tò yẹn ló ń bọ̀ lẹ́yìn yẹn ẹ wo àdúgbò yẹn bó ṣe rí bm tó ń gbé bàbá wa Ọ̀jájá ẹ wo títì tí nǹkan ọba ń gbà kọjá ẹ wo títì yẹn ẹ wo lẹ Yorùbá tá à ń sọ náà nìyẹn ẹ wo títì yẹn kábíyèsí o but I was very happy to see ẹ wo gbogbo gọ́tà yẹn ẹ wo gbogbo gọ́tà ẹ wo gbogbo bó ṣe rí nígbà sọ nìyẹn kò sí development nílẹ̀ Yorùbá development yóò dẹ̀ lè wáyé in 8 years Tinubu máa fi ṣe tán ẹ wo gbogbo ẹ wọ́n ní ṣe ń bọ̀ gan sef ṣé tí Tinubu máa ń bọ̀ ṣé helicopter kan ló máa gbé wá but a mọ̀ pé torí pé area yẹn ó wà very very remote mo tó yẹ kó ti develop ẹ wo títì ibi tí mọ́tò ọba ṣé oh my God but I was happy like I said at least wọ́n tẹ̀lé mẹ́kẹ̀ wá sínú bíbá and I think bíbá ni wọ́n pè ní wọ́n ní arrival of Ọọ̀ni at Òkè Ìgẹ́tì ẹ jẹ́ kí n lọ wo Òkè Ìgẹ́tì níbo ni ẹ state wo ni ẹ wà ṣọ́ọ̀ṣù náà ló wà ní Òkè Ìgẹ́tì Èkìtì state home of Ọ̀rúnmìlà wow ẹ̀rí ara tá à ń sọ náà nìyẹn Òkè Ìgẹ́tì Èkìtì home of Ọ̀rúnmìlà jókòó sí London tí iṣẹ́ pọ̀ tó yàn fún lọ ṣe nílẹ̀ Yorùbá jókòó sí London máa wọ ṣòkòtò máa wọ táì máa ṣe big boy kiri kí ló máa fi mídíà mi máa project ilé jáde kí n máa rí proper owó jókòó sí London ṣe London kọ́ lọ́dọ̀ wọ́n bá fi wá London lọ́wọ́ bá ń fún ẹ wá o àwa ti sọ àwa sókè Ifá ló ń ṣe níbẹ̀ Ọ̀rúnmìlà nǹkan bẹ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá gbogbo tẹ kó jẹ tourist site okay interesting tó ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa àti wind down ẹ má bẹ̀rù pàṣẹ lè gbà kọ́ kankan mọ́ where is Òkè Ìgẹ́tì àwọn kan náà tún béèrè Òkè Ìgẹ́tì Èkìtì is the hometown of Ọ̀rúnmìlà. Ọ̀rúnmìlà is the Orisha that is known as Ẹlẹ́rìí-ìpín, the witness of our destiny. Isiakani, that Koiki, when are we talking about Ìṣẹ̀ṣe? Let's focus on it. Well, àwọn tó ń dé pẹ̀lú ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wa mìíràn ṣe àwọn sisters wa kankan ẹ mọ̀ pé on the foreign kiri lè mi dé pẹ̀lú international kiri náà dé pẹ̀lú ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ but I love it because ẹ ṣáà rí pé mo ṣe òun fún mi ẹ ṣáà kúkú mo ṣe òun fún mi but èmi on the international side of things the foreign relationship and all that bá ṣe máa jà tí à ní jà so fàdúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀yin wa tí ẹ bá wa ká lọ lórí ètò tààrọ̀ èmi náà ni ọmọ yín Ọláyọmí Kóìkì tí gbogbo yín mọ̀ sí koikimedia wọ́n ti yọ super chat wa kúrò lórí YouTube ọ̀tá dúpẹ́ fún èyí tí ẹ ṣe sọ pé Kóìkì we can continue to support what you are doing. Let me see. Onye Emma, to God will guide you. That one will be a fan here. Thank you so much. Afi, Morim Yami Abiba Moki, Morinila and Kosi. You should go to Osha, koikimedia, Igbo Osha, Igbo Osha. I don't need to do anyone. Sometimes, when people read your comments, you're always giving trouble, my brother. Báwo dé ká grandson? Wọ́n bá wọn pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ o. Kalamago, ẹ̀yin náà wà ń bẹ̀, mo rí látẹ̀ nǹkan, mo ti wo program yìí láàárọ̀ yìí. Wàláì. Nígbà tí mo gbọ́ yìí tán tó sì tán, tọ̀dọ̀ yín mo já sí mo wò fún 45 minutes non-stop. Bàbá yẹn sọ̀rọ̀ gan lórí àwọn ìṣe àwọn cultures wa. Ẹ mọ̀ gbogbo ala ní oríkì. Ta ló máa fún mi lóríkì mi tó máa sanwó fún mi nínú? Wàá kì wá tún sanwó fún mi náà gbà pé kì báwo ló ṣe ń ṣe rẹ̀. Ìdílé tó bá kì lóríkì lẹ̀ kó sanwó. Mo kí bàbá wa Démọ́lá Olúwọlé Bayo Driving College ṣé UK lẹ́wà kí máa bá yín sọ pé àwọn èèyàn kan wá kọ́ láísẹ̀nsì kan ṣàbí Nàìjíríà lẹ́wà ẹjọ́ tètè yá dáhùn ẹ ṣé gan ni thank you so much for those that join us. Mo kí gbogbo wa lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí o mo kẹ́yìn àgbàlagbà mo dẹ̀ kẹ́yìn ọmọdé ẹ̀gbọ́n mi sister mi Crown Nikki mo kí mo ti kí ẹ̀gbọ́n mi Richard àwọn tàjọ máa ń move nígbà tí these are very àwọn kan wà gaima ni wọn irú àwọn èèyàn ṣe gaima náà àwọn gaima great Yorùbá nation the Moses is something else so okay kọ́lá yẹn lẹ́ẹ̀kan well I mean Moses has his right ta ló tún wà ń bẹ àwọn èèyàn pọ̀ lórí Instagram okay gbé àwọn kan fẹ́ ká máa ṣe ti UK lẹ́wà okay no Bayo Driving College ẹ̀ mo tẹ̀ sọ okay ṣé gan ni uncle Adémọ́lá Olúwọlé ṣé gan ni sọ mo fẹ́ ṣe tọ́ káàkiri gbogbo UK náà but time mo kò ṣe kí n lọ gẹ́ẹ̀tì bọ́ọ̀sì kan kí n brand ẹ̀ gan nínú ọ̀dà pé yàn ní work I'm thinking of so many things kí n máa kọ káàkiri wọ́n ti ní mo níṣẹ́ ní London. Ọ̀rúnmìlà was the first priest to Ifá okay mo kí Lady P thank you so much mo kí gbogbo àwọn medias wa náà Akalamago ẹ ṣé gan ni Adéníyì mo kàn á máa close ní 15 minutes so mo kàn go through gbogbo àwọn comment mo lẹ́ẹ̀kan ẹ̀gbọ́n mi Ṣítù ẹ ṣé gan ni Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kí n ṣe ẹ̀yin àgbàlagbà nínú àlọ́ṣà àgbàlagbà wàhálà mi mo dẹ̀ níṣẹ́ ẹ̀yin ọmọdé náà I know my utterances might not be some of what some of you like but ta ló wà níjà okay Akérédolú wà ní mo mọ̀ wọ́n náà ti wà ní Germany kọ́lọ̀ fún àlàáfíà jàre bó ṣe wá mú kọ́kọ́rọ̀ Ondo State sílẹ̀ ni mo understand ó tún mú kọ́kọ́rọ̀ Ondo State lọ leave it for your deputy our politicians why are they like this Ibrahim Akanji Mokin àtàlótú wà ń bẹ Raji Idris Alaba Aritiwashe hey my mommy my auntie mọ́mí wa Kẹ́mi Bello wọ́n pé méjì o kò ń ṣe ìyá kan tí máa ń pè ní kíní kan Bello ní àìlọ́ náà gbórúkọ gbogbo lọ sí ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn aláwo lórí gbogbo àtàwọn ṣe Yorùbá nation àwọn mọ̀ tó ń ṣe dáadáa àwọn mọ̀ tó ń ṣe dáadáa wọ́n níra. Believe you me, Mr. Koiki, when Yoruba land is granted very important asset, there's a lot that we have to do, Tourism wa irun kan tí ọ̀ní lọ ṣe yẹn a máa kọ́kọ́ ti polongo ẹ̀ káàkiri àgbáyé ni àwọn yẹn máa ra ticket mo sọ fún yín pé Grand Bazaar láàárọ̀ yìí sí Grand Bazaar ó ti busy bàbá ẹ̀ màá rántí mi tó wà ní tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ fún wa tó jẹ́ pé àwọn ọmọ wa tó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ màá ní kọ́ bá mi lọ kọ́ ṣe live èmi tí lọ Turkey recently tí bá ti lọ máa ṣe live bá lọ ìjà Istanbul 400,000 people ló ń wọ market yẹn is the oldest covered market in the world Grand Bazaar Istanbul 400,000 ó tẹ̀ máa ta kó máa ta pẹ́ńsù nìkan ó yẹ pé pẹ́ńsù nìkan ló ń tà níbẹ̀ people will buy it That's what we want. We pray that our politicians will make life easy. Why not to declare auxiliary wanted? So I wish he was already part of us, but unfortunately, the politics and fish when Jemula, but he declare wanted missing. What to one paper? Auxiliary is declared wanted now. So kole joko sínú Ìbàdàn mọ́ báyìí. Wèrè ní politician. Ẹ̀gbọ́n mi Yẹmí Fátókẹ́ ẹ̀yìn ti Lagos Island mo kí gbogbo ìlú Èkìtì. Àwọn bàbá Èkìtì, ọmọ Lúkà, mo kẹ́yìn ìyá wa, mo kí Ajagun, mo lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ mo kí Gbẹ̀ntẹ́wà lógún state. And not worry, it's just the movement, we kick back. Negotiation náà ni. Tàbá ti sọ pé àfẹ́jà, negotiation náà ni. So, àdúrà kókó máa dìjà. Tó bá di later tàbá tún máa ṣe next program, màá sọ̀rọ̀ nípa velvet divorce, Czechoslovakia, mo ti rí lẹ́ẹ̀kan lórí Google. Wọ́n yìnbọn ẹyọ kan, olúkálùkù lọ nílò ẹ̀yìn. Please, Mr. Koiki, what is the level of Adenka Grandson's situation? Adenka Grandson is going to court again for another case, which I don't want to go into because case to show at the court. Apart from case tí wọ́n fi sentence, he's going to another case again. Àwọn àròlé òdúdú àtàwọn mélòó kan. They know a lot of people don't want to see court. Wọ́n pè mí but couldn't make it. Olakunle, my namesake, Nikhil. So I want to keep. I can say another platform, YouTube àti Koiki Oduduwa, more Koiki Oduduwa page. So let me see. Mo kí Alhaji àti Gbẹ̀ntẹ́ pè wá láti ìlú Ìlọrin. Thank you so much. Ọkọ̀ya Afọláyan mo kí Alhaji Lateef mo kí sà. Ẹ̀gbọ́n mi àwọn ti parí. Ẹ̀bá ń kí Alhaji dáadáa. Sulaiman Adéwálé, ìyáwá Comfort, ẹ̀bá ń kí gbogbo àwọn group of man. New Era Idowu say, God bless you, Mr. Koiki, for the lecture. We keep, I want to enlighten people. That's what I'm doing, what I do, Enlightenment náà ni. Àwọn ìwọ̀n ti ní Koiki má jẹ́ kó dìjà, wàhálà ẹ̀ pọ̀. Tó bá dẹ̀ ti dé, tó bá ti dé fìlà kábúkábú sójà nísìn, ṣé ó dá báyìí tó tún wá ní orí ẹ̀ ìyọ̀pọ̀ tẹ̀lé níje fún wọn ní fìlà lórí rọ ìní ìlú máa rà fún ìwọ̀n lélẹ̀ ṣẹlá maize gold mo kí ẹja yẹn àìrọ ẹ má sọ pé orí CSI ló mú Adéyínká grandson UK ló mú Adéyínká grandson mọ́lẹ̀. There are some few things they were saying that the UK was not YPP. Bàbá mi ọmọ ṣe bí mo kí Adigun Makanjuola ni ó pé 48 years old, call him by Elédùmarè. He's a very hard-working Yoruba man in Nigeria. Ẹ̀gbọ́n mi Tony Ages, mo ti kíyà Fúnkẹ́ Alájẹ dáadáa. Mo kí mọ́mí wa àǹtí mi Ìyábọ̀ Olúbùnmi tí mo fi tọ̀tọ̀ dárúkọ. Mo kí Alájà Mọ̀mísí Màmá Sùn, mo ti kí wọn náà. Mr. Taiwo Lárinwájú, that is why people find it difficult to detach from you. Because I bring different angles. Èmi náà máa ń lọ tí bá ti jókòó tán nísìnyí. Màá relax, màá go through messages, Then we always have something to come and talk about. There's always something to talk about, but like I said, ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe sùúrù. Adéyínká grandson náà ń tara náà ni. Ń tara náà ni. Ọlọ́run àbá ń yọ níbi tó wà. At least the good thing about it is the different prison from UK, from Nigeria. Bí wọ́n bá wà ní prison Nigeria, ẹ lọ gbọ́n tí Ṣeun Kútì sọ. Ṣeun Kútì, wọ́n dì pẹ̀lú ẹ̀. We are 5 minutes away out of the program, and everybody can go and do what they have to do. I hope you have not taken enough of your time this morning again. Thank you so much for listening. Like I always say, we're not fighting of any people that disagree with us. Their views is that they want Nigeria. Our views is that we don't want Nigeria, and we have to balance it. That's all. But no person is going to wait for you. Àgbáyé ò dúró anybody. Àgbáyé tẹ̀ ń wò this world. It's not waiting for anybody. I don't know about you. I am tired of living in this society. It's a good society. It gives you the opportunity to do what you want to do. But for now, the future is like Kolon fún wa ní ìtafẹ́ ní kíákíá. So ẹ̀yẹ ká túbọ̀ pray fún Adéyínká grandson. You know, ó ti pè mí lọ́mọ Igbo, wọ́n ti pè mí náà dáadáa. Mo sọ fún mi pé tá a bá ti débi tá à ń lọ, there will be peace resolution. But for now, àwa lórí ìjà lọ́wọ́. Ní tá a bá ti sọ àsọ nìyẹn. Àkànní bọ́ àwọn ọba. Mo sì ní tèmi náà. Gbogbo tí bá fẹ́ ṣe kí n má sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọba kí n fi wọ́n sílẹ̀ kí n má bù ú. So that's why I don't reference to them anymore. But àwọn olóṣèlú wa ìpìlẹ̀ máa gba lẹ́nu mi lójoojúmọ́. Tinubu will want to spend 4 years, but we will make him realize that he owes it a duty not to prove that he's not having Yoruba blood in his vein, unlike Obasanjo. Abawele ni bàbá Obasanjo yẹn. Ó yẹ kí Tinubu díẹ̀ pẹ̀lú bàbá yẹn. Ó yẹ kí Tinubu lọ gbé àwọn files kan jáde. Now, okay, Buhari doesn't want to do that. Torí pé military to military. Buhari smart gan. Ó yẹ kí Tinubu lọ gbé fáìlì Ọbásanjọ́ jáde nísìn gbogbo ilẹ̀ tó Ọbásanjọ́ gbà kó gbà padà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀. Gbogbo ibi tó fi ṣe Ọbásanjọ́ fún mi yẹn. We need a lot of people to go back into farming, you know, in Yoruba land. It didn't pan when you are gone, seriously. So, kilo to come there. Benny, ó yẹ kí Tinubu deal pẹ̀lú Ọbásanjọ́ ni. Ọbásanjọ́ deal pẹ̀lú Tinubu gan. Alima, like I said, you know, Alima really like it. Tinubu ṣe tó kó wa lọ sí ibi tó kó wa lọ nísìnyí lọ. Tó wà ní power ní sílẹ̀ kó deal pẹ̀lú Ọbásanjọ́ ni. Mo mọ̀ tí Ọbásanjọ́ tún ṣe pẹ̀lú pastor kan ní ìjẹta. Wọ́n ní billionaire ní pastor. Níbo làwọn pastor yẹn ti máa ń rówó náà? Táwọn pastor yẹn ní business ni àbí church náà ni. Pastor kan lọ kí Tinubu ní Ọ̀tà. Wọ́n ní billionaire ní pastor yẹn in naira. Ó yẹ kí Tinubu deal pẹ̀lú Ọbásanjọ́. Gbogbo project Ọbásanjọ́ ṣe ó yẹ kí Tinubu lọ rí kó lọ investigate gbogbo project pátá tó ṣe. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ̀gbọ́n mi Olúwọlé wọ́n ní all of them have done so many terrible things. No, not only about, oh yes, definitely, you know, definitely. But ẹ̀rọ Ọbásanjọ́, ṣẹ́rí Ọbásanjọ́ play wa gan, ó play gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá gan. Corporate ní Tinubu, ẹ̀rọ kóhùn ló wà bẹ́ẹ̀ nísìn. Okay, any sùúrù nù. I know I want to go, but you know guys don't want me to go. Ṣé mo pé báwo ni wọ́n ṣe máa investigate Tinubu nísìn EFCC? Ibi Tinubu ló ní ìfẹ́ EFCC nísìn for the next 8 years. Nigeria is a drama country. I saw the young man pẹ̀lú Tinubu, the EFCC chairman, and something was just thinking in my head pé ṣó lè investigate Tinubu wọn bá ṣá. Késo èèyàn ti koikimedia, Késo studio. Tinubu ebi mo lọ fi ilé ọmọ wọ̀nyí wọ́n bú mi títí fídíò yẹn ti wà ní almost 98,000 ojoojúmọ́ tó ń comment pé kí wọ́n bú mi àwọn èèyàn wọ́n ní get out, is it your money, is it your date? Okay, èmi wà ní 6,000 kilometers away àbí let's go ṣebí 6,000 ní from UK to Nigeria. Èmi kọ́lé mo ti ní sí èkó mi ó ti tó explode mo ti so ilé wa ń lé. We are concerned Yoruba people. Èèyàn mélòó la fẹ́ fún lọ́wọ́ lánàá nísìn message kan wá true kan náà àwọn ọmọ wa tó wà nílé. Gbogbo nígbà tó máa sọ lọ sọ́bọ̀ ṣá ọ̀rọ̀ bí 30,000 naira ló ń sọ. Wọ́n ní wọ́n fẹ́ gba bail kan náà whatever. Problem tó wà Nàìjíríà ti pọ̀ jù. Mẹ̀kúnnù dẹ̀ ló ń jìyà jù. Ẹ ṣe jàre free to take. Yeah, they love their oppressors. I think some of them we got to understand is just that the poverty is just too much, and they are locked into that situation. Yeah, 6,000 miles. So, video Bola ilé-iṣẹ́ ní Tinubu tí mo lọ ṣe yẹn. Àwọn èèyàn like gan ní Nàìjíríà. Àwọn èèyàn like àwọn boys gan. Ẹ bá rí wọ́n ṣe ń bú mi lójoojúmọ́. Every day comment ẹ̀ mọ̀ pé notification máa dey pop up ní ẹ̀ bá comment. Tó ti bá gbọ́wọ́ lé báyìí. Mo kí ìyá mi David ẹ̀yìn ṣe ni a ti wà lórí program láti almost 4 hours láti 6 àbí 5 kan mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ program 1 2 3 4 a ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti 5 o'clock ojoojúmọ́ ló ń bú mi and Koiki shut up get out ìbú ọ̀nà jẹ́ owó Yorùbá nation ló ṣe kéde màá pọ̀ máa rẹ́rìn ni ara mi Steve gan. Gbogbo èbúté ń bú mi yẹn ó ń ta padà at the end of the day èmi ṣì wà ní society tí bá jáde nísìnyí mo lè wọ fìlà jáde wọ́n ti gbé sójà outfit mi lé lórí mo dẹ̀ ní tó pọ̀ ẹ̀yẹn tó wọ̀ mí wọ́n tó ní another one oríṣiríṣi ni mo ní àríkọ ìkìwálẹ̀ ti pọ̀ jù ṣáà máa lọ jàre fi wá sílẹ̀ wọ́n ti bú mi títí lórí social media ojoojúmọ́ ló ń bú èmi àti Ìgbòho wọ́n ní èmi mo kó bá Ìgbòho ṣe láìkélé ojoojúmọ́ ló ń bú mi àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké yẹn àwọn èyí tí yà ń jẹ boss mo rò pé owó church làwọn pípọ̀ yẹn fi mẹ́kọ̀ owó mo rò pé owó church ni o ṣe owó church la fi mẹ́kọ̀ owó èyí ló láwọn ará church fi máa dá there's something else tó ń ṣe I don't think it's church money I know some of them are genuine don't get me wrong o àtàwọn mọ́ṣáláṣí and like I always say we are not here to fight anybody náà kò gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ owó church yẹn lọ́wọ́ máa gbà yẹn anyway náà àwọn tó ní branches káàkiri náà maybe so ká end so that ká tó padà wá láàrin méjì màá tún ṣe kan later ká end lè I know you don't want me to go but ká end so that kẹ́yìn náà tún lè lọ ṣe nǹkan mi ẹlòmíì fẹ́ dáná ní ẹlòmíì fẹ́ lọ tọ́ílẹ̀tì náà kò lè lọ tọ́ílẹ̀tì báyìí good morning our soldier man kò ń ṣe sójà tí onítìrì o àwọn sójà ọ̀yà onítìrì gan aṣọ wọ́n bá ti sọ fún mi gan kí n send ilé sí wọn wá lọ ra polówó lẹ Yorùbá Nation Army mọ́ wọ́n jẹ́ kó máa disgrace wọn wọ́n borí kun ibi tó ń tara yàyàyàyàyà ó ní gbogbo alọ́ máa kó lè ní pé ẹ̀yà òbí wọ́n ṣe nú àwọn èèyàn wa láti ẹ̀gbọ́n ní kẹ́ ṣe sùúrù ẹ̀ dáhùn ẹ ló ń ṣe stubborn goat àwọn yẹ kó máa lọ disgrace yìí abẹ́ rí wọn báyìí Kóìkì ọkọ̀ Dúpẹ́ Onídọ̀tí ó ń sá fún mi lọ́wọ́ báyìí gan gbogbo program tó ń ṣe kò reference orúkọ mi wọ́n bá reference orúkọ mi pẹ́rẹ́ 2 hours ni màá ṣe lórí ẹ̀ èyí tí mo ṣe rárá ń ṣe fún yẹn àwọn ọmọ Ìgbò yẹn gbàdá bá béèrè pé Kóìkì wetin this woman do you wèrè làwọn Ìgbò àwọn Ìgbò yẹn ní lórí Twitter ẹ̀wọ̀n pàjẹ́ máa ń pàdé lórí Twitter àwọn ọmọ yẹn wọ́n ní Kóìkì wetin ìkànnbíní ó ní wetin this woman do mo ní ìkan wà ní Japan orí status mi ló ti máa ń wò mí very nice guy wọ́n ní Kóìkì wetin this woman do mo wá ṣàlàyé fún mo ní ó ní Sabo ó ní why Sabo dey everywhere Biafra we get Sabo too as well ìtàgbéjáde is not easy ká máa lọ sí ká pè ìdọ́sìgbò Dúpẹ́ tó bá ń gbọ́ Kóìkì bá máa ya dànù ní anikọ́jà tó kọ́ má rẹ̀ mo sọ fún kó tó bá rẹ́fẹ̀rẹ̀nsì orúkọ mi lórí iṣẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ rí bẹ́ẹ̀ pẹ̀rẹ̀ yóò jẹ́ gba lọ́wọ́ mi lè ní tí máa dẹ̀ ń ṣe ni pé máa ń translate gbogbo tí bá kọ lórí Dúpẹ́ máa translate sí èdè márùn-ún ni máa ń translate sí èèyàn kan gbọ́dọ̀ gbọ́ǹkọ̀ náà àwọn èdè yẹn máa translate sí Hausa English Yorùbá Igbo àti French ìyẹn ló ń dùn àwọn ọmọ tó ń tẹ̀lé lẹ́yìn pé bàbá skoin ni Kóìkì wálẹ̀ ti pọ̀jù fìyà ẹ̀ sílẹ̀ ẹ̀rí tí wọ́n pè láàárọ̀ ìpè kì í fìyà ẹ̀ sílẹ̀ èmi ò dín àyẹ̀ mú iṣẹ́ tó wà lọ́wọ́ èmi kọjá ẹ̀ ẹjá ká gbọ́ ìdán ìsìgbò ká tó máa lọ mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbé lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí ọ ẹ tó bá fẹ́ support wa voluntary ni o kí ló pẹ́ lẹ́rìn Ìbàdàn Olúyọ̀lé ọkọ̀ Dúpẹ́ ní tìrì nígbà tí mo ló gbà kọ́ lọ́wọ́ ó rí pé àbí kílẹ̀ jọ ń fúnra yín lórí burúkú àṣé ó gbà lọ́wọ́ ṣe ẹ̀kórí ó gbà lọ́wọ́ sísítà mi náà kọ́ mi ṣọlá kò gbọ́dọ̀ I send the signature wá sí kó wá lọ kọ́ jáde pé mo ní mo ṣe Yorùbá Nation mọ́ ẹ rí i pé ó máa difficult fún mi láti lè debunk ẹ̀ gbogbo ní ìdáhùn sí Ìgbòho wà ká máa lọ jàre bí ìtẹ̀ ẹ̀ṣin kankan kí n lọ jókòó kí n máa gba atẹ́gùn UK atẹ́gùn náà àkókò náà ni màá padà wá later lọ́sàn-án tí bá ti settle down kò ló ṣe ẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ ṣe ẹ kó rí ẹ máa bínú traffic yẹn máa drop there ṣe ẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ àti ṣé Wálé Àlímì yẹn náà ṣe àfa àbí kílẹ̀ máa ń pè wọ́n níyàn níṣẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ní Italy so ṣé ẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ máa fún ní kankan Italy mo kí àwọn tó jẹ́yàn gidi tó wà ní Italy àwọn Lady B, Lady Best. Àfáàjẹ̀lílé kọ́ àfáàjòlólòdì lọ́ọ̀ kó ṣàánú oríṣiríṣi la máa bá pàdé lórí ìrìn àjò ẹ jẹ́ á padà wá kí n play ilé kan wá play anthem káwọn lọ́lé. Ẹ ṣé gan everybody, thank you so much. We will not stop educating our people. Jẹ́ kọ́ mọ̀ gbowó ṣá wọ́n sì Ìgbòho ó láti wà kan èrò yẹn ti pọ̀ jù life anybody ní pure water. Tinubu rí lòrò tí Tinubu bá máa ṣe irú kan báyìí ó gbọ́dọ̀ fún àwọn èèyàn lówó rẹpẹtẹ ni ẹ̀rọ máa dá Àfáàjẹ̀lílé yẹn lóhùn. Àfáàjẹ̀lílé wọ́n ní kò níṣẹ́ ní tálì kò níṣẹ́ bíi tèmi náà ọ̀pọ̀ fi cruise náà ní ibi tó ń ṣe program wọn máa ń gbọ́ program wọn máa ń farabalẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ alájí gan wà ṣọ́ọ̀tì máa ti mú nínú gbóhùn wọn wọn pa ògbólógbò ní bọ̀bọ̀ yìí journalist lèmi owó rẹ̀ gbọ́n tẹ́ ń sọ ó dà máa lè máa reference lẹ́ǹkọ̀ọ̀kan ẹ jẹ́ play anthem kí n máa lọ. Thank you so much mo kí gbogbo yín àgbàlagbà o àníṣẹ́ yín àgbàlagbà wa o. When is Igboho coming to Nigeria? Ó kù díẹ̀ lágbára Elédùmarè eléyìí ti ń tọ́ pé 4 hours ti pé so Instagram ni màá tán nísìnyí so ẹ jẹ́ ká play anthem kó lè pick it there. Forílẹ̀-èdè. Kí àwọn ọmọ lára mo ti kí n tẹ́lẹ̀ náà. Júbà gbogbo yín o, thank you so much ibi tá a máa rí mọ́ nìyẹn mo ń padà bọ̀ later ó máa tọ́wọ́ sùn so àti wá ṣe some more conversation ẹ lọ dáná gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ fẹ́ dáná fáwọn ọkọ àtẹ̀yìn sisters wa Ọlọ́run bá wọn pẹ̀lú ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ń lé o Elédùmarè kò ní jẹ́ kí wọ́n gbalẹ̀ Yorùbá mọ́ wa lọ́wọ́ love you all, thank you so much. This is Koikimedia bringing the world closer to your doorstep. May it's good, bye for now.